Welcome to the AdaKay Show. I'm your host, AdaKay, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We are waiting as we speak for Texas versus Tanner Lynn Horner, day 2. I'm going to go over just a little recap of yesterday, just to give them enough time and give us a little room. We're not going to have much, but at least it'll give us a little bit. We started the day off yesterday with Tanner coming into the courtroom, surprised everyone, I think, and shocked us by pleading guilty. Then it moved to sentencing phase. The prosecution did opening statements along with the defense. Prosecution prepared us, told us to buckle up because it was going to be a very difficult time hearing the evidence. They went into Lindsay Thompson, who was Athena's first grade teacher. She discussed how losing Athena affected her classroom, affected her. We then heard from Elizabeth Strand, which was Athena's stepmom. We heard how the loss of Athena had affected them, what happened that day on the events, and what transpired. We heard about the Walmart package that was delivered. We then heard from Sheriff Aiken. He's now retired. He said this was his last case. He recalled the morning of December 1st when the community came together. They had dogs, horses, four-wheelers to help do the search. They showed the jury the flyer that was Athena's flyer when she went missing. They also identified Tanner Horner as the driver of the FedEx delivery truck that delivered that Walmart package. He then delivered the police about 12 to 13 miles from what Sheriff Aiken said to Athena's home, from Athena's home, the Trinity River. We then heard from Patrick McGuire. He stayed on the stand for the rest of the day. He was the FBI special agent. He assisted in the case, and he is the one who determined the package was delivered through the contract company. The manager of the company called Horner while the FBI was in the room, and we heard about him denying the memory of the package and dropping it off at first. And then they discussed with Horner about the discrepancies in his timeline. At first, I guess he said he had gotten sick. And then it kind of came forward how he had actually delivered the package. And they did show the package that was delivered. I do want to thank you guys for joining us. I know that Ada is in a transition phase. June and I are coming to you guys, trying to help Ada and support Ada. And we just appreciate you guys so much for being here, for joining us later on today. Don't forget, we also have the Dr. Koenig trial. That trial is in Verdict Watch. They will begin 9 a.m. Hawaii time, which is 2 p.m. Central Time. And we will be following that for Verdict Watch. So please, if you're able to join us, And of course, as soon as we get a verdict, we will bring it to you guys. And then once Ada is able, she's going to pop in and out as she can and kind of join us, say hello, um, and just thank you guys for all of your support. I'm going to go ahead. I see they are already in the courtroom. Like I said, we won't have much room, but we are going to go ahead and get in. I will tell you, be prepared. The mics during breaks and lunches have been on. Um, and we heard a little hot mic yesterday as well. So just be prepared for that. Um, I have done a little research. From what I understand, today is going to be very difficult. I don't know what they're going to show as far as pictures. I also don't know what they're going to show as far as audio. So just be prepared. We will have the trigger warning up. If you need to take a break, please take a break. We will have room for you back in chat to sit down with us as you can. But please, for your mental health, if you need to take that break, please do so. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and get in. I'm going to go ahead and play. It looks like they are getting ready to bring him in.
Fingernails on the chalkboard. All right, good morning, everybody. Let's get started. Mr. Gavel, it's my understanding there's some matters you wish to bring up for the record.
Yes, sir. I'd like to renew my objection to the materials that's made on the screen where witnesses and actively testifying about them. That's be running objection with each witness.
That's granted, it's overruled. You had an objection to certain portions of a video.
Yes, Your Honor, but I believe we have agreed to redact that portion of the video.
Okay,
And
I didn't know if you wanted to put it in the record or not.
well, we've agreed to redact a certain portion of the video that deals with 4.4B or an extraneous offense. My understanding of that agreement is not only will the audio portion, but the video portion as well will be redacted.
That's what I requested the DA to do. And I think they're working on that right now.
They are, and it's not an exhibit, probably even going to be reached today, so.
Okay, well, that'll give us time. So when they get done, at some point, just make sure that the defense has an opportunity to review it, okay? Are we ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Why don't you call the next witness in and I'll swear him. Josh Espinosa. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I'll do it, Your Honor.
Rules and effects, so be sure to follow, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Carrie, let's go. Better turn this off. Everyone may be seated. We are waiting on one juror. Okay. One more time back to your for just a minute. Everyone can be seated. Thank you. be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Okay, Mr. Stank. Oh, let's do it.
Here you are. Good morning. Can you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Joshua, Joshua, Espinoza, Espinoza.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a Texas game warden.
Now, what does a Texas game warden do?
So Texas game wardens are state peace officers. We not only enforce hunting, fishing, and water safety related laws, but we also apprehend dangerous criminals and provide public safety to the people of the state of Texas.
Now, are you a commissioned peace officer like our regular police departments?
Yes, ma'am. So I hold the same commission peace officer license as any other peace officer, have the same arrest powers as any other peace officer in the state of Texas.
Now, what type of training does a Texas game warden have?
So Texas Game Wardens attend a training center near Hamilton, Texas. It's a 8-month academy. We train on the basic peace officer curriculum, everything from arrest, search, and seizure to firearms training to search and rescue training, boat operation training, quite a bit of extensive training.
And what is a game warden's role in a search and rescue type of situation?
So Texas Game Wardens often lead in search and rescue operations across the state, from major events, from hurricanes, flooding occurrences. We actually have a dedicated search and rescue team.
And are you part of this search and rescue team?
Yes, ma'am. I've been a member of the Texas Game Warden Search and Rescue Team for 10 years now.
And so have you done a variety of search and rescues as part of this team?
Yes, ma'am. I've done quite a few search and rescues, body recoveries, and victim rescues.
And tell us, I guess, just generally, what are these usually coming from?
So one of the very first events that I responded to was Hurricane Harvey, Harris County, providing victim rescues and that. And then most recently, the Kerrville floods, the devastating July 4th floods.
So are these mostly, I guess, accident-based or?
Yes, ma'am. Accident-based.
Now, what areas do game wardens work? Do you have a certain district, a certain area?
So we're assigned by county, but we have statewide jurisdiction.
And so is Wise County part of your area?
Yes, ma'am. It is part of my district.
Now, at some point where you requested, you personally and the game wardens in general, to assist on the missing person search for Athena Strand.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct. One of the Wise County game wardens was on scene, and also I was contacted by Game Warden K-9 Sergeant Chrissy Thompson with our K-9 unit that she was going to be assisting in the search of Athena Strand in Wise County, and I requested permission through my chain of command to assist with the search.
Do you recall what date that was?
It was December 2nd, 2022, approximately 10:26 a.m.
So the search had already been going before you kind of had come to assist.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And what information were you actually given when you were, I guess, heading to the scene?
That there was a missing child, 7-year-old child of Athena Strand had been missing from a residence in a rural location in Wise County.
And where were you asked to, I guess, report?
I was asked to report to Athena's residence, which is, I believe, is 268 County Road 3573 near Paradise, Texas, a rural area.
And when you arrived, what did you see?
There was multiple agencies looking in the bar ditch, looking in the wooded areas around. I actually ran across 2 Fort Worth police officers and assisted them in searching a heavily wooded area after getting permission from the landowner.
So at this time, you were mostly searching still in and around the victim's residence.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
At some point, were you contacted by a Texas Ranger?
Yes, ma'am. While I was at the residence, I was contacted by the Texas Ranger.
Was this still on December 2nd of 22?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And have you worked with the Texas Rangers in any type of prior investigations?
Yes, ma'am. We frequently work with the Texas Rangers and other agencies in the system.
And do you recall which Texas Ranger specifically called you that day?
Yes, ma'am. Texas Ranger Joe Espinoza.
Now, recognize that those two last names are the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Any relation?
Yes, ma'am. He's my big brother.
Okay. Do you recall if you've actually ever worked with your brother before?
I don't recall if I have. I'm sure we might have crossed paths at some point.
And on this specific case, though, was Texas Ranger Espinoza, was he the lead investigator on this?
Yes, ma'am. He was the lead investigator.
So although he didn't bring you out to scene, he did contact you for assistance at some point.
Yes, ma'am. He did.
Okay. And when he called you, what did he ask you to do?
So when he called me, myself, and Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Wise County Game Warden, and Game Warden Chrissy Thompson were at the residence standing by. And when he called me, he said he needed me to find a FedEx truck and gave me an address and informed me that an FBI agent was following a FedEx truck and that I needed to respond and detain the suspect because he would potentially abducted or kidnapped Athena Strand.
And so at this point, who all was with you heading to this address that the ranger provided you?
So myself, Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson, we all were in separate vehicles and were en route to that address of, I believe it was Bethel Road was the initial address that was provided.
And at some point, did that address change?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And do you recall what the address changed to?
So Wise County Communications came over the radio and notified of an address on the corner of Hope and Faith Trail.
To your knowledge, were they getting information from the FBI that updated that address?
I was unaware where that information was coming from. I believed it was from the FBI.
Now, where were you, or did you eventually locate the suspect?
Yes, ma'am, I did eventually.
Approximately where were you at?
I was at a residence at the corner of Hope Trail and Faith Trail near Paradise.
Now, at this time, were you in a marked unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have your lights on?
Yes, ma'am. I had my red and blue emergency lights on.
Now, when you saw the FedEx truck, can you just tell the jury what happened?
When I saw the FedEx truck exiting the driveway, I pulled my patrol truck in front of the FedEx truck with my lights activated, my red and blues, and I got out and performed a felony stop with my pistol drawn due to the gravity of the situation of it being a kidnapping treated as a felony stop. I ordered the suspect to put his hands up and face away from me and place him in handcuffs.
And was there any other law enforcement with you at that time?
Yes, ma'am. Wise County Sheriff's Office deputies were on scene as well.
Do you see the person in the courtroom today that you detained on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I do. He's sitting right over there wearing blue slacks and a blue jean shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness did point to the defendant.
Record so reflect.
Now, at this time, you and the Wise County Sheriff's Office have handcuffed the suspect. What else did you do at that point?
So I conducted a pat down frisk for weapons of the suspect, and once I was sure that there was no weapons, I reached in his pocket and retrieved his wallet and pulled out his identification to positively ID the suspect.
And what did you do with that identification or driver's license?
With that driver's license, I radioed it over to Wise County Communications Dispatch that he was detained, that driver's license was the individual that was detained.
And why do you guys do that?
It's a matter of keeping a log with our dispatch.
Once that part is done, at any point did you notify Texas Ranger Espinoza that you had found the suspect?
Yes, ma'am. I called Texas Ranger Joe Espinoza via cell phone.
And did he arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinoza and whomever he was with arrived on scene, what did you do at that point?
Once he arrived on scene, Ranger Espinoza told me that he had left in such a haste and requested that I hand over my body camera because he had forgotten his recording device.
So he took his brother's body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you essentially transfer custody of the suspect over to Ranger Espinoza?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
We've talked a little bit about this body camera.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you wearing a body camera the entire time that you were with the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
And does your body camera record both audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you activate your body camera prior to meeting the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had the opportunity to review that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's my body cam video on a flash drive with my initials.
And this is the same footage that you have reviewed?
Yes, ma'am, that's
And
correct.
does it fairly and accurately depict the events where you detained the suspect?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit number 34 that's previously been provided to the defense discovery.
Any objections other than those previously tendered to the court?
No, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 34 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I publish the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Josh, this will know, I'm going to ask you one quick question while there's no sound. Can you explain why there is no sound right now?
So the reason there's no sound is when the body camera is on, it has a 2-minute pre-record where it records only video and no audio, but once you hit record, it actually picks up the audio as well.
And so right now what we're seeing is you driving, and I guess, what is that you're looking at?
That is my cell phone. I'm using Google Maps to find the location.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it right there. Step out. Step out. Step out. Step out. Keep your hands up. Step out. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Face away. Face away from me. I smell marijuana. That's what we heard. What is this? What you got in your pocket? Keys? Tanner? Yes, sir. Okay.
6417 Wise County. I got a DL for the one in custody. It's going to be Texas DL 26698029. License is going to be Horner. Yeah. It's more like weed strong. Yeah, when he rolled into the van, I didn't think he was going to stop. My brother said that's all the FedEx truck to take it down. And he's like, take it down. So, let me call him. Hey. Yeah, we got him.
Gavel Espinosa, in the background, you faintly heard somebody yelling for Athena. Were you able to look in the truck for Athena?
No, ma'am. My concern was officer safety, making sure the suspect didn't have any weapons. There was Wise County deputies that actually made entry into the truck and looked around for Athena.
And was Athena Strand found in that truck?
No, ma'am.
We spoke earlier about you handing over the body camera to your brother Ranger Espinosa.
Yes, ma'am.
On that video, when you handed the body camera over, will it show you on that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because of the 2-minute pre-record, it catches me taking off the body camera and catches me on video.
And will that body camera footage show, I guess, probably your name on the body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Other than handing the body camera over to Ranger Espinosa, did he have full control over that body camera as soon as you handed it to him?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
You're on the approach.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's going to be my body camera video that Ranger Espinosa took.
And as far as your portion where you're handing the body camera off, does it fairly and accurately depict your role in that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that point, Ranger Espinosa is the one on this video.
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinosa takes custody of the suspect, did you have any additional role in the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
Continue to search was provided with a location. The best way I could describe it was a bamboo forest. We were tasked with taking the canine to that location to search for Athena, but we're unsuccessful in searching that area and locating Athena.
So Athena Strand was not found in the bamboo forest?
No, ma'am.
Were you sent to a different location at some point?
Yes, ma'am. I was provided, I don't recall how I was provided the location, possibly the sheriff's office of Bobo's Crossing on the Trinity River. And we went to that location, but due to the nightfall and traffic conditions roadside, we decided it was unsafe to run the canine on that location.
And you talk about canine, was this your canine?
It's Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Game Warden canine that's assigned to Texas Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson. It's her canine.
And you were with her on that scene?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
At that time, who all was there with you? And it was just you and the canine unit, and who else?
As well as Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Wise County Game Warden, and several other officers from the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
At some point, did Ranger Espinosa and anybody else show up?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us about that?
Ranger Espinosa showed up with Mr. Horner, and Mr. Horner was able to inform Ranger Espinoza where he had put Athena.
And was Athena Strand found at Woodward's Crossing?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
And were you there when her body was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned earlier that you've been a part of many body recoveries.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this different?
It was completely different because this was murder and not just an accident.
Thank you. Judge, I'll pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Espinoza.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple follow-up questions. My name is Steve Gavel. I'm one of the defense attorneys for Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you are trained in felony stops
Yes, sir.
and you're trained in detaining suspects.
Yes, sir.
And you detained Tanner without incident.
Yes, sir.
And he did not resist.
Yes, sir. He did not resist.
And was not charged with anything like that for your detention of him.
No, sir.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge?
May Warden Espinoza be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Who do you have next?
Texas Ranger Joe Espinoza.
Good morning.
Morning.
Remind you that you were still under oath from previous testimony.
Yes, sir, Judge.
This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. State.
Thank you, Rod. Ranger Espinoza, we just heard from the little brothers. And
Yes, sir.
how many Espinozas are there?
There's two older and two younger, and I'm the middle one.
You're the next-
Five total. Yes, sir.
The middle child.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks to me that we're going to be chatting with you a little bit over the next day and possibly tomorrow. Would you do us a favor, introduce yourself to the jury with your first and last name, and then give us a short summary of your law enforcement training up to today?
Good morning, everybody. Joe Espinoza, J-O-B, just like in the good book. I've been in law enforcement for going on 19 years. Started in 2007 with the Grand Police Department, then worked with the Pelham County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy, and then worked on a narcotics and major crimes task force until 2015. Then I was hired by Texas DPS as a state trooper, and I was stationed in Mission, Texas, on the Texas-Mexico border, primarily assigned to Operation Secure Texas for 2 years. I was able to transfer and get back home and spent the next 2 years in Mineral Wells as a state trooper there. And then in January of 2020, I promoted to the Texas Rangers in Company C, the Panhandle, stationed in Childress with the headquarters in Amarillo. In 2022, I transferred to Wise County, where I stayed until 2024. And I then transferred to Parker, Palo Pinto County, still under Company B. And now here we are.
So from DPS Academy to Ranger in 5 years.
Right at 4, yes, sir.
And when did you say you got promoted and made Ranger?
January of 20.
COVID Ranger.
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked a little bit about some of the other cases you worked. You said you worked major crimes, and things of that nature. Have you ever worked any homicide cases prior to the time you made Ranger?
Yes, sir, I had.
And then since you made Ranger in January 2020, have you similarly worked homicide cases?
Yes, I've been involved in major crimes, unfortunately, all over the state of Texas, even in my tenure as patrol officer to a state trooper. And then obviously our primary function as Texas Rangers is to investigate major crimes, which would be homicides, ag assaults, robberies, bank robberies, kidnappings, sexual assaults.
And I've often referred to the Texas Rangers, and I've heard them referred as an assisting agency. Is that an accurate description?
Yes, sir. It is. We're here to obviously to serve the great state of Texas and support our local agencies in any form or fashion. We just come in and we are an extension of that office, working for that community or wherever community we get tasked to go to.
And for what we're here for today with regard to Athena Strand, was that your capacity at that point, is to come in as an assisting agency with the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the FBI and other agencies?
Absolutely. Just there to provide all the resources we could on a missing child.
And let me, just to get an idea, you mentioned the word resources. Are there things that that your company and the Texas Rangers can bring that the sheriff's offices in rural America may not be able to bring to bear?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a matter of funding for investigations, expertise in crime scene, maybe facilitating a trip to another location, out of state, contacting. The famous saying is, if you know one ranger, you know all the rangers, which means we're connected all throughout 254 counties in the great state of Texas. And we also have contacts all over the nation, so we can tap into those resources and contacts for those local agencies we're supporting at the time.
Okay, we're in Texas, you gotta slow down.
Yes, sir. Did she give me the look and I missed it?
You gotta keep full forward happy.
Also, as a ranger, it sounds like what you're talking about is stuff involving criminal investigations. Do y'all assist in other types of occurrences, for example, major disasters, missing persons, rescue operations, potentially SWAT operation, things like that? Do y'all also help out with that as well?
Yes, sir, we do. So we have a special operations group. We also have which does our SRT, special operations group that does most of the felony warrants for local agencies. Like I said before, search and rescue stuff we can tap into, aircraft, and we have dive teams at our disposal. We have a lot of different resources that can supplement our communities.
And that's something that would you say that most rural sheriff's offices, they don't have helicopters and dive teams and things of that nature?
Not too many around this part of the world, no, sir.
And that's where you guys go.
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case that we're talking about today, what was your role overall in the investigation into the abduction and murder of the
Initially, it was just that missing 7-year-old little girl. Hey, let me get out there. Let me provide resources. Let me see if I can't call our partners in Fort Worth first for a helicopter. Let me see if I can get some troopers on scene. Let's find her. It's cold. It's late. That was just the initial response that I had.
And then at some point, and I'm just trying to make sure, are you the lead ranger in the entirety of this investigation?
Yes, sir, I am.
And so in that capacity, would you say that most things that are going on with this investigation are coming through you in some capacity?
Yes, sir. Yes. So basically, the way that works is when we come in and we're working with that agency, especially when it's something to this gravity or a big scene, we form a command post. And then when I tap into those resources, I delegate out essentially tasks. If I call in a resource, you're going to be given a task or a job or a duty, and then nothing gets done without getting phoned back to the command post. So there's nothing that went on in this investigation that I didn't have a good idea of what was happening or directed that to happen.
So we just heard from little brother, and he indicated that.
Objection, Your Honor. He is informing a witness what another witness had testified to.
Sister, with regard to your little brother, you mentioned that you give people tasks and things. Now, did you give your little brother a task in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that task?
On that particular day, my brother happened to be one of the closest marked units to the area where the FedEx van was located, and the driver, and I needed the driver detained. So I directed him to that location to detain that driver.
So when you're talking about these tasks you're handing out, is that an example of one of those tasks?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, let's talk. I'm going to take you to November 30th, 2022. It's been a couple of years.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you first got notified that there was a child missing in Wise County? Do you remember when that was?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us about that.
I just actually got home from a training. It was pretty late at night, and I have, as the ranger for any area, I get notifications on my phone, state phone, which essentially says exigent things going on in the county. The notification on my phone was that there was a missing 7-year-old child. I contacted Wise County Dispatch and say, hey, what's going on with this? It's like, oh, they're saying this little girl wandered off from home and she's missing. So I then contacted the on-call investigator. I said, hey, what can I do to help? And he said, that she's wandered off before, maybe we can find her quick. I said, well, it's really, really cold tonight. I'm a father, and this is my county. Let's find her quick. I don't want her to be cold. I don't want her to be lost. I'm going to come out and I'm going to provide resources.
And we've talked a little bit about resources that you might have available. So in this particular case, at that particular time, when you first get that call, what resources do you call in at that point to assist in locating little Lynn?
So I was advised by the sheriff's office. They had reached out to the local fire departments. I tried to contact our helicopter at the time. They were unavailable, so we contacted Fort Worth PD's helicopter. And then I got every trooper that was working in the area to respond, just add more bodies to help look for her. And then contacted and put other rangers on standby just in case it was a prolonged incident, and went to the next day.
Did it end up going to the next day?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to split this up a little bit so we can stay focused on what happens on each day. Okay, so I'm going to stay on November 30th, 2022. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So on that day, she went missing. You told us that your role at that point, you were getting additional resources.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. And it would to include helicopter and manpower. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, did you yourself go to the scene where Athena went missing?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you get there, what do you, I guess, inside, what are you kind of hoping is going to happen when you get on scene?
My initial thought to the response would be that we would quickly locate Athena with the resources provided, and then we would hopefully all go home and get warm.
But when that didn't happen, and do you have any training experience being a ranger in missing persons?
Yes, sir, I do.
And let me just ask you, based on that training and experience, if a child is not located quickly, um, who are the most likely suspects in that?
It's usually family.
And as that was your thought in this case, when Athena was not found quickly?
Yes, sir.
Now, this location, do you remember the address?
Yes, sir. The exact physical address was in Cottondale. I have to reflect to my report to give you the actual numbers.
I told you it was on County Road 3573. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. 268 County Road 3573.
And so you're there, you're on scene. Do you remember what time you got physically on scene?
I don't recall. It wasn't too long after she went missing.
Okay. And so I'm going to stay on that day there. You're getting resources. When it comes to parents and interviews, what are you doing in that aspect?
So my immediate thought is let's go ahead and lock everybody in on a statement and try to corroborate that statement with digital evidence, which would be cell phones, text messages. And my goal is to lock everybody in that night, especially the people that were in close proximity to Athena on that time. So that's what I started doing on scene.
And who all did you interview out of the family?
I interviewed Ashley Strand. I interviewed Maitland Gandy. I interviewed Jacob Strand. I interviewed Mark Strand. I interviewed Zach Strand. Just interviewed all the immediate people. Zach Strand's wife, I can't recall her name off the top of my head. A lot of folks.
And are you doing that then on scene when you arrive?
Yes, sir.
And so you interview all of those people. And let me just ask you, was there ever any evidence that a family member was somehow a part of Athena going missing?
No, sir.
Was there any other evidence that anybody else other than Tanner Horner was involved in her going missing?
No, sir.
And let me just get you to that point here. How did you go about making that particular conclusion?
During the course of my interviews, specifically with Ashley Strand, one of the things that really stuck out to me as an investigator is that I had essentially locked everybody in. Corroborated was that. The only thing that kind of stood out to her too was that a package was delivered right around the time.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled.
That her package was delivered around the time Athena went missing. So that's somebody that could have potentially seen something, witnessed something with Athena. So that immediately went into my notes as something that we needed to look at.
And as far as that lead with regard to the package that was delivered, did you begin working that on that first day, that November 30th, or at some time after that?
Yes, sir. At that point, we're going on to the next morning. Sun hasn't come up yet, but we need to start moving more resources. In my gut, I just knew we needed to shift this a different direction, which is that somebody had taken Athena. So I reached out to more resources.
And when you say more resources, let me, you said it's early in the morning. Would that be the next day, December 1st?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, have you been working steadily since you arrived on scene all the way until the sun rises the next morning?
Yes, sir.
What is going on with the search from the time that those resources arrived all the way until the sun rises that next morning, December 1st?
We're still looking. There's nothing's really changed other than I'm bringing in more resources.
Is the helicopter still in the air?
Yes, sir.
Are the search people still doing search things?
Yes, sir.
So we talked about this package, okay? And who are you working with on running down that lead on that package? Who are you working with?
So the next morning, just to elaborate on that, I called United States Marshal Service, DPS CID, the FBI CAS team, I got additional troopers. I got additional rangers, and I also got our special operations group rangers to respond to the scene. And as I delegated the tasks, I was informed that there was FBI agents in Fort Worth that could be tasked with identifying who delivered the package to the residents. And my main objective was like, who delivered it? What did they see?
And that's what I was gonna ask you next is, what kinds of information were you looking for from those assets that you brought in?
So again, like I said before, everybody was tasked, different tasks. The United States Marshal Service and DPS-CID were tasked with a canvas, which would be essentially canvassing all the houses, registered sex offenders, anybody in the area. Troopers were tasked with the same thing. Texas Parks and Wildlife was tasked with water resources and canine resources. And the FBI was tasked with the digital evidence and then that evidence on that package, or just essentially identifying where it came from, who delivered it, and what they saw.
And is that the kind of questions you were asking with regard to this particular package, this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who delivered it? When they delivered it, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And just, well, why is that important?
More than anything, to me, initially, it was just, it's another set of eyes, right? What did you see? Well, what was there? Is there something that we need to be looking for that we missed? I need to know that from everybody in the area. That's the same thing with the canvases and everything. Is there something I'm missing here? Is there something we're missing? Did somebody see Athena? That's the main thing we're looking for.
So you and the FBI and these other resources are working on this. And were you able to identify through those resources who the company was that had delivered the box to the Strand?
Yes, sir.
Were you also able to identify the person operating the vehicle that delivered the package to the Strand?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those all things that you were going to be relying on at a later date when you continued this investigation?
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell us who the parties were that were involved in the delivery of this box to the Strand?
So we initially found out that FedEx had delivered the package, but there was a company called Big Top Spin that essentially contracted for FedEx and hired delivery drivers. And then so that kind of spun into getting hold of Big Top Spin to see who actually was the driver that delivered that particular package.
And who was that driver?
Tanner Horner.
Is that the same Tanner Horner sitting in the courtroom to my right at the end of the table?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, let me ask you, as part of your investigation, do you know who was the first person to contact, either in person or by phone, Tanner Horner as part of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Patrick McGuire.
And was he the one working on it from the FBI side?
Yes, sir.
Now, we stop right here. I'm going to ask you, so far, we are now midway through day 2.
Yes, sir.
You said the search is still ongoing.
Yes, sir.
So right now, midway through day 2, what is your investigation revealed at this point with regard to Tanner Horner in this case?
That he was the delivery driver that delivered.
Objection, Your Honor, that is all based on hearsay.
Sustained.
What do you know about the package that was delivered to the Strand?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
That's sustained.
So what information are you acting on as part of this investigation to make determinations about the package being delivered to the Strand?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
I'll let him answer that. Go ahead.
That essentially a driver from Big Top Spin delivered the package as a contract through FedEx.
So when you got that information, what did you think? What was your thoughts about when you got that information about the package?
we've now located who we believed was the delivery driver for that package. So the next course of action was, let's call him up, see what he knows, see what he saw, see what he says.
Now, at that point, you're not part of that. That's the FBI.
Correct.
So what was going on, and not necessarily getting into who told you what, but what was going on in the investigation? You said you contacted this company, Big Topspin,
Yes, sir.
and they're the contractor.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else you're contacting at this time with regard to information from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. At that time, as we moved forward in the investigation, there were some key things that stuck out to me. Particularly, there was the driver, Tanner Horner, had made very detailed statements about a green van. So obviously, we have to act on any information we get. We put out a be on the lookout or a statewide bolo for that green van. We also, at this time, we had transitioned to DPS aircraft. I had them flying nonstop. They were tasked with also locating any green vans in the area. And then we also wanted what we called a stop delivery report for Mr. Horner. And then we were also doing tower dumps in the area to figure out what cellular devices were in the area at the time.
And at some point, did you come to find that there was camera footage possible from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. The first reason I asked for the camera footage is because of the green van. He stated a very detailed description of the green van. I'm like, hey, do they have video? Maybe we can see a license plate on the video of the FedEx van. And then I was advised that FedEx contracted with a company.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the company that runs the camera system in the FedEx Street?
Velociter,
And do you know where Velociter is located?
North Carolina.
And who is your contact at Velociter?
My contact at Velociter, I have to look back on the notes to specifically remember.
May we approach?
Yes.
One more. Oh.
All right, Ranger Espinosa, who's your contact at Velociter?
Jim Becker.
And again, what is their role in this particular investigation?
They essentially provide the camera software for all FedEx trucks.
And during this investigation, I've asked you before about certain things you're relying on in your investigation. Was Velociter able to provide you anything that you were able to rely on in conducting your investigation?
Yes, sir. Jim Becker, with the assistance of the FBI, was able to provide us video from the FedEx truck.
And let me just ask you, how much video were you able to acquire at that time?
At that time, it was just 2 short clips.
You remember when you got those?
Yes, sir. As the investigation had shifted and we were in the process of detaining Mr. Horner, we received those simultaneously.
So, and that happened on December 2nd.
Correct, yes, sir.
So still back on December 1st, you've indicated at this point in time, you've got the FBI working on some things, you're working on some things, trying to get video clips. Is that what we're doing so far?
Yes, sir.
And you said we have identified Tanner Horner as a driver at that time.
Yes, sir.
So as the sun sets on December 1st, what's the status of the search at that time?
It's continued. We still have every resource available going. Everybody's still looking, and we still have aircraft looking as well.
At any point, up and until the time we're talking about the end of the day, December 1st, has that search ever been discontinued?
No, sir.
Helicopter still going?
Yes, sir.
Search team still in the air?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna move you to day 3. Okay. December 2nd. As the sun rises on day 3, December 2nd, 2022, where were you in the investigation into Tanner Horner?
We figured out and locked in the majority of the people we needed to speak to, which were bus drivers, school teachers, neighbors, canvassed everything we could. And there was things that really stuck out about Mr. Horner's statement. So we continued to work on obtaining video, and we continued to obtain more information on his stop delivery report that day and what his route was. And we also had the FBI CAS team working on the digital evidence for the FedEx truck in particular as well.
Now, at some point, was he detained as part of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what did you rely on to detain him, question him in this investigation?
One thing we figured out through the CAS team and the digital evidence, it showed.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Sustained.
What information did you act on in making the decision to detain Tanner Horner?
It was a combination.
Your Honor, that's also hearsay.
That's sustained also.
What time was Tanner Horner detained?
Approximately 3 p.m.
Were you involved in making the decision to detain him?
Yes, sir.
And so were you present when he was, at least sometime when he was detained?
Arrived shortly after he was detained.
Let me ask you, do you remember what time you first meet Tanner Horner?
A little after 3 p.m. on December 2nd.
We've already said you see him here in the courtroom. Does he look the same as he did when you first saw him back in November of 2022?
No, sir. He's significantly skinnier, lost a lot of weight.
So once you have him detained, what do you do?
I talked to him.
Okay. You said you had gotten video clips.
Yes, sir.
What'd you see?
I saw that Athena was still alive and that she was placed in that FedEx van by Mr. Horner. And based on what I was seeing, it was exigent. And I felt there's a possibility that Athena was still alive and we needed to bring her home.
And according to what you witnessed, when did he take her and put her in the back of the truck?
On November 30th.
Now, let's talk about these two trucks and clear something up here. The truck that he was detained in on December 2nd, was that the same truck that he put her in on November 30th?
No, sir, it was not.
And we able to acquire and locate the original truck that he was in on November 3rd?
Yes, sir. As part of my investigation, we secured the original truck he was driving that day and had it secured at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
The truck that he was driving that day, are you aware, and I'm just gonna do this by license plate, are you aware of the license plate on the truck that he was in on November 30th?
Yes, sir. I have it documented as Nora Robert 4995, or that's NNR 4995.
And that's the truck that he was in on November 30th.
Yes, sir. That's the van that we identified that he was driving on the day that Athena was abducted.
So keep this straight, now we have two vehicles at play here.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the vehicle that she was abducted in on November 30th. And then we have the vehicle that he was detained in on December 2nd.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I know you didn't conduct any of the CSI work on any of those vehicles, did you?
No, sir.
But did you make provisions to ensure that both of those vehicles were taken and placed in such a position that they could be forensically looked at and have CSI look at them later?
Yes, sir. I made sure they were secured for processing.
And the other vehicle, the one that Athena was taken in, where was that at the time?
We had been in contact with Big Topspin, who told us that it was being operated by another driver at the time. So we instructed them that it was important that we get a hold of that vehicle and that it be brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And was that done at that time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, so now we have him being detained. You're making revolutions to get both the vehicles to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did say that you talked to him. We're going to get to that in a second. What else is going on in your investigation at the time that he is detained?
Again, at the time, based on the video that I saw, I believed Athena was alive. And under exigent circumstances in public safety, I had our special operations group, SWAT team, essentially, make entry into the Horner residence under exigency simultaneously as Mr. Horner was being detained, and pretty much let me know if she's in there or not. Same thing with the detention of him, is let me know if she's in the truck.
You used a term there, exigent circumstances. In law enforcement terms, what does that mean?
Exigent circumstances is anything for public safety. It can be even in reference to a weapon, a bomb, or in this case, a kidnapping. If it means preservation of life, it allows us to go in there and make sure that somebody isn't in danger, and that if we can effectively save them, that's what we're going to do.
And so does that allow you to detain people in furtherance of preservation of life?
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to potentially enter a residence in the interest of preserving life?
Yes, sir.
And were both of those done in this case?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to entering a home during that time, whose home was entered and searched at that time?
It was Tanner Horner's family home, where his grandmother and family resided.
Where is that located, if you remember?
In Fort Worth.
And so you said that happened at the same time that he was detained.
Yes, sir.
That seemed to be something that's important to you, that we do it at the same time. Why is that important?
Based on my training experience, especially with kidnapping cases, if you hit something, or by hit, I mean, if you make entry into something sooner, and somebody there can give a heads up if she's not there in that house, and then it puts that person in danger. So we have to do it simultaneously, so nobody's forewarned, and we can keep any phone calls from going out, because ultimately it's about preserving life.
So in this case, both the detention and the search of his home in Lake Worth, were those both done on that basis?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the truck, was Athena located in the truck?
No, sir.
with regard to the Tanner Horner's home in Lake Worth. Was Athena located there?
No, sir.
So at this point, if we press pause right here, we have Tanner Horner detained. We have not located Athena.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, what are you hoping for at this point if we stop right here?
Objection or irrelevance?
Overruled.
I'm hoping to find Athena alive.
Now, you said as part of this, you arrive on scene and you talk to Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
Was all of this recorded?
Yes, sir.
How was it recorded?
At that time, based on the fact that I'd be conducting an interview or speaking to a possible defendant, I acquired Game Warden Espinosa's body camera. That way, everything would be documented on audio and video.
You reviewed this body cam footage?
I have.
And let me make sure, because we're gonna have a few videos here. You have body cam footage on your brother's body cam you took on scene, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's my understanding that we also have additional videos from the Wise County Jail and then outside the Wise County Jail as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so let me make sure that I have these videos correct in my head here. We have video of the body cam, and that takes us from, and I just want generally here, from the scene, and when does that one end?
To the interview room at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And then the next video would begin
In the interview room.
in the interview room and go until when?
Then it picks up from the interview room into another body camera, Wise County Sheriff's Office body camera, to a field interview.
And then the next video would be from when to when?
The next video would be from the field back to the interview room.
Okay. And then at some point, did you have another interview on December 7th?
Yes, sir. Then there was another interview with Mr. Horner on December 7th.
Okay. So that's the videos that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed all of those in preparation for testifying in this case?
Yes, sir, I have.
Let's take you back. You've got Tanner Horner detained, Sunset Paradise. What's the first question you ask?
Where's she at?
What's the second question you ask?
Is she alive?
Let's talk about Tanner Horner's answer to the first question. Where's she at? What does Tanner Horner tell you when you ask him where's she at?
I can show you.
When it comes to the second question, is she alive? What is his answer to you?
That she wasn't alive when he put her in the truck.
Was or was
Was not alive.
Now, at that point in time, what do you know about the answer to that question, is she alive?
I knew that. I didn't know if she was alive or not.
You said you'd seen a clip on that day with her alive in the vehicle.
Yes, sir. I believed she was alive and based on that clip.
But when the answer to the question is, she wasn't alive when I put her in the truck, what do you know about the answer that Tanner Horner gave you at that time?
I immediately knew that was a lie.
Because you'd seen it on the clip.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the first few moments, are you asking him any questions about what happened?
No, sir.
Why not?
That's not part of the public safety exception. The courts have ruled very clearly it's in furtherance of finding and preserving life, not questions on details of the case. At one point, he tries to say details and I stop him.
What did Tanner Horner volunteer to you without questioning had happened in that case? Had happened in this case?
that she was deceased and that he had transported her to a location with a lot of bamboo.
Let me back up a little bit. What, if anything, did Tanner Horner tell you about what caused her to be deceased?
That he backed into her with his van.
Now, when he says to you that he backed into her with the van, what do you know about that statement as well?
I know that's not factual because based on the two clips that I saw, you can clearly see Mr. Horner putting Athena into the van.
But that's just not true.
No, sir.
So, got Mr. Horner detained, you're on scene, what do you do next?
We get in the vehicle along with investigator Oliver and Ranger Briley, and we in turn have him direct us to the location where he put Athena, or stated he had placed Athena.
Now let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Who's driving?
Investigator Oliver.
Okay. And where are you sitting and where is Mr. Horner sitting?
I'm sitting in the back with Mr. Horner.
And you said you end up at a location, you said there's some bamboo there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is giving you the directions on how to get from where you are to where this bamboo is?
Mr. Horner.
And when he's giving you the directions, what level of detail is he able to provide you to guide you from your location where you are to the bamboo?
Descriptive turn-by-turn instructions on how to get there.
So is he able to tell you what roads to take?
Yes, sir.
Is he able to tell you what turns to make?
Yes, sir.
And he's able to tell you where he placed your body?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk a little bit about this location. How long does it take you to get from where you detained him until you get to this location where he says he dropped the body?
I'd have to guess, but approximately 15 minutes.
Didn't take you an hour to drive there?
No, sir.
All right. Is it still in Wise County?
Yes, sir.
So this location, and I want you to describe it a little bit, if you will, for the jury, where Tanner Horner took you to this location. When you drive up, what do you see?
We drive up, and on what appears to be the north side of the road is a heavily bambooed area, very, very thick with bamboo. And he indicates that that's where he placed Athena.
All right. When we say bamboo, are we talking like 10 feet tall, 3 feet tall? What are we talking about here?
It was 10 feet tall or more.
Okay. And so you arrive on this location. What has Tanner Horner told you about why this location is important to him? What has he told you?
He stated that somewhere where somebody might be able to find her.
Okay. And so is he able to give you a description of how far in the bamboo, how close to the road? Is he able to describe the exact point at which he placed her body?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
He stated at this time he's kind of giving us instruction as I'm walking him, and he's pointing out a location in the bamboo, and he's stating that it was not too much further in there. It just essentially giving me an idea of where she was at in the bamboo.
So once you're there, what does law enforcement do once you get there?
At that time, we'd also been in communication with K9 additional resources because I wanted to search that entire area.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And at any point in this, when you back up, strike that, when you get to this location, what are your impressions of this location?
At that time, I felt like I was being lied to again and that she was not there.
And based on your observations of this location on this road, why is that?
Just the amount of resources we had, especially with K9 resources and everything, it would, in my prior experience, especially if we're being directed to that area, we usually find unfortunately, human remains or humans with the canine very quickly.
Did that happen in this case?
No, sir.
How far off the road did Tanner Horner tell you he dumped her body?
I don't remember an approximate distance.
Did he tell you that she was way in there, or close to the road? What was his statements to you as to distance from the road or anything like that?
His statements were she was in close proximity to the road, not too far in.
Why did he tell you that that was important?
He stated that that was so somebody could find her.
You didn't find her?
No, sir.
So when you're out there searching, are you personally out there searching?
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned just a second ago that you had Mr. Horner out of the vehicle and had him pinpointing things to you as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that when he's telling you where she was, where he put her, so on and so forth?
Yes, sir.
And again, is all of this still recorded on the body?
Yes, sir.
During this time where you've been taken to this location where all the bamboo is, how many times do you think you asked him if this is really where he dumped her?
Numerous.
And each time in this, that you ask him that, what is his response to you?
That's the location.
And what level of confidence was he giving you when you're asking these questions?
High level of confidence.
And in fact, was he able to point at some point to where he had put her?
Yes, sir.
Still no Athena?
No, sir.
How long do you think you stayed out there on the side of the road looking in this bamboo forest?
Us personally, I believe we were out there for about 30, 45 minutes.
You said at some point you ended up back at the Wise County Jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why do we go from the bamboo forest back to the Wise County Jail?
At that time, we exhausted resources as far as checking the home. We checked both vehicles. We checked, keep in mind, this is day 3 also that we've been searching. At that time, I felt that he was lying to me. And then I needed to take him to a controlled environment and conduct a custodial interview.
And was that based on all that you had seen up until that time?
Correct, yes, sir.
And being out there in the bamboo and looking and not finding anything?
Yes, sir.
And the canine not finding anything?
Yes, sir.
And so when you said you're going to do a custodial interview, what do you do differently now when you decide to take him to the Wise County Jail?
At this time, we're exhausted our public safety and our exigent circumstances. So at this time, I would Mirandize him, make him aware of his rights.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, let's stop for a few minutes. We'll take our morning break at this point. We'll come back at 10:35, 15 minutes, stretch your legs. We'll call you back in just a few minutes. All right, 10:35, everybody.
Was he fast too? Did you? I bet he did.
I've already reset him, but I've already emailed him. Okay, just let me know.
All right. We don't have, unfortunately, much room. Looks like they are still in break. Yep, they are still in break. I do want to thank you guys for joining us today and supporting Ada and the channel. We do want to just give a huge shout out and a huge thank you. Please remember, if you like the content, to hit that thumbs up and type in I liked or I shared in all capital letters. That will get you an entry into the drawing for the end of the month giveaway. Everyone keep in mind Sunday, Ada will be doing a members only live as well. So if you're able to attend and you're a member, she's doing that members only live. If you would like to become a member, of course, those memberships are available. And we are just on break. June, do you have anything?
No, no, not right now. Just remember that if you do become a member, type in all caps I member, so you get put in for the drawing. Also, um, so I'm sorry I was a little late today. And my coffee hasn't really kicked in yet. I'd like to welcome everybody today to the stream and for supporting Ada while she is getting settled into her new job. And we figure out more so on rebranding the channel and for supporting Angela and I during this time. Um, Anybody who's following the Rex Huberman case, he did plead guilty at lunchtime and go over it. And, and another case that we have been following, that's his last name, is also going. The Mississippi Supreme Court is going to hear her appeal. Something that we can cover during the break. So with that, it looks like they're coming back, and I will see you on the other side of this session.
All right, I'm going to get us back in there. All right, we are back in, just FYI. It looks like they have figured out to cut off the mics. So we are just waiting for them to cut them back on.
seated. 27 years I've been watching juries coming in and out, and it's so fun to see who kind of likes to move around and who likes to sit in the same seat. So, we are ready to proceed. Mr. Stain.
Thank you, Ron. And Espinoza, we were talking, I think we ended, where you had now Mirandized Mr. Horner, and you're heading back to the jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that also recorded on the body cam that we talked about before?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, during this time, are you having a conversation with Tanner Horner during this time while he's in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And just to make sure here, when you're coming back to the jail, is it the same parties that are still in the vehicle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that would be who still in the vehicle at that time?
Be Investigator Joseph Oliver and Ranger Danny Briley, myself, and the defendant, Mr. Horner.
And so during this time, what kinds of questions are you asking him on the ride from this location he took you to back to the jail?
Just asking if he was sure about the location where Athena was, and just kind of recapping what we talked about previously.
At some point, did you ask him any questions about the condition of Athena's body when he dumped it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, what did he tell you her condition was when he dumped her body?
I believe at that time he stated that she had some bruises on her body.
Okay. What about whether or not she had any clothes on or not?
I believe he gave a clothing description, but I can't remember any other details other than that.
Let me just ask you, when you asked him, did he tell you she was clothed or not clothed when he dumped her?
Not clothed.
Now, again, all of this is recorded here. Were you there at the scene when her body was recovered?
Yes, sir, I was.
And during this time that you're talking, in between the time that you went out there, you got the body cam, during this initial conversation, if you remember, what was Tanner Horner concerned about or worried about that he expressed to you at that time?
In which interview you speaking?
In the first interview, the one from when you initially detained him all the way back to the jail, what was he communicating he was worried about?
I don't recall.
Now, during this time, what was Tanner Horner's demeanor during this time when you're coming and questioning him at the roadside and coming back to jail? What was his demeanor?
He was pretty composed for the most part. He was articulate and he continued to speak to me.
You remember when you, at the point at which that you make the decision that I think you said you're not able to find her, this isn't working out, what does Tanner Horner offer to you as a possibility that something had happened to her?
Potentially somebody had picked her up, or
and again, looking into the future, where was she when you were interviewing him at this time?
she was at Bubbles Crossing in the river.
Now, we talked a little bit about whether it was things were audio and video recorded. Judge Rand?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 35. Can you tell me what that is and whether or not you've reviewed it?
Yes, sir. This is Joshua Espinoza, the game warden's body camera, and it's labeled Field Interview 1, and it has my initials on it.
And what are those initials tell us?
That I've reviewed it.
And is that true and correct depiction of what you saw and witnessed on that first video we talked about from the detention until you get back to the jail?
Yes, sir.
If we don't take exhibit 35.
Any objections other than those previously given to the court?
No further objection, Your Honor.
Those
objections remain overruled if State's Exhibit 35 is admitted.
I'm ready. Let me publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Listen, where's she at? No BS, where's she at? That's the most important thing right now. Come on. Where's she at? I can show you, I don't know what the risk is. She left? Okay. Let's start right up there, okay? Let's go on right now. Did pass your side? Focus. Arm under. Just keep mind, we'll worry about the rest later. No, 4, 3. Well, I say, there's no way. How far away are we from that?
Listen to me. Now that we have a general idea what she's got, all right? Listen, that's the most important part. We're gonna make it where you're right, all right? You have rights on the solid, you can stay, you make him, we will be using his shoe court. You have rights to an attorney, and you have the right to have an attorney present. You can't afford an attorney when you get appointed to you. Do you understand your rights? Okay, you have the right to terminate the city at any time. You understand your rights? What's the last part? You have the right to terminate the city at any time. Okay, listen to me. This is the hard part. We're over the hard part, okay? So now that the most important part is just make sure we're here. We're good. Where's she at? That's right here. That's right here? Are you sure? Are we just missing it? You're saying it's right here. This spot. Yes, she gave another spot that was just like this. She could be a little bit further down, but this is where. Well, let's check it here. We're gonna drop this back down. There's a trash can in the mailbox here. Let's go. So, you didn't get this one? Good. We just want to make sure we find them. If you can allow them to go somewhere, that's even better. She's not, okay. We'll get into all the details later for you. Your closet is in there. My fingers. Can you go this morning? Good, good. So where did you go in from this side of the road? And would you say you went like right here? You saved my week. Maybe we can get the dog over here. Hey, I'm gonna get you a location. Can we get you and the dog over here? All right, bye. Oh, tell me what we're about. Right there? This big gap right here? Good. That's about how far she was. Okay. Yeah. So, let's just say, was there any confusion about where you might have put it? And she's not alive. Okay. Yeah, let's just go. We're on either side. It's just kidding. That's all that's important. You understand it? That's all that's important. Trust me. You can trust me. Okay? There's always a reason to everything, right? There's too many times we get all excited and look what happened, but there's always a why, all right? We'll get there. Right now is not the time. Right now, let's just get there. That's very most important. You agree with me? Okay, perfect. No ifs, ands, or buts. Okay. Thank you. We'll talk about all that. Remember, what's important, stay, keep your eye on it, okay? We're staying focused on finding her, okay? That's what's important. Let's find her and get involved in any of that stuff. I want to answer all your questions. I'm sure you got other questions for me too. Right? Yeah. It's just. You what? Maybe no. No, listen, if she's right here, we're gonna find her. If you're being truthful with me, you're being honest with me, which I hope you are, we're gonna find her. If you're being 100% honest with me, this is where we're gonna find her. Then we'll just find her and then we are gonna sit down and talk, okay? And then we're gonna get all the details and get into some of that, why, as opposed to the what. And then we're gonna get all that put for us, and then we'll resolve all that stuff. Then we'll let you start making some phone calls, say whatever you want to do, okay? I promise you that. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, man, that's small picture, right? That's a small thing. We'll get to that. We'll get you that. Time's on our side, we got that time. Okay? Just be patient with me. This is priority number one. Okay? Thank you. Thank you for being honest with me. Okay? I just learned that. That's it. Just take a DD. Yep.
What kind of day was it? You think we'll find her here? Did you know we figured this out? Yeah.
I mean, for the entire time, I think we had was like, I want that extra. This is what my career. Like, I have a fucking 1-year-old, and if I lose this job, I lose everything. I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
How many times have you had your house before? I honestly just get stuff in the truck and I go with what you're saying, different, like routes and most of the time.
Like just to reassure you, obviously sometimes, you know, people driving and stuff, they get so confused, you're like, heck, I don't know how you want to know where I'm at, but,
I mean, there's stuff here.
okay, so you're 100%, I'm saying if it doesn't pan out or doesn't work out, we're gonna go through your entire look right here, but I think it will, if you're telling me it is, then I'm gonna take a look at it, okay? All right, I trust you, we got some resources coming in, no daily 100 vegetables, okay?
He's a good dude. We got a talking to him. Good. He tell you straight. Tell you something is that it's not, you know, I think you do the same with him. It's probably the most valuable thing you can do, honestly. Just I've been doing this for 25, 26 years. Most of my life. Yeah. No, you'll try to do it. Yeah. Let's say, normal thing, you know? It's just not something that, I mean, you never set your life on, this is what we're gonna do, you know? You're trying to make a living out of it. What areas do you deliver most of the time?
Here in Springtown. Springtown routes isn't so bad. Because that's relatively, I mean, it's high volume and it's good. Like, I know pretty well it's occasional. But the other one is like over the, like, dealing with this other, then sometimes I'll work with Goshen area.
The what area?
Goshen.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We got a run, or? I don't even know who that is.
She should be right there.
Any other, I'm not from here, any other catchers on this road?
This pretty much just goes from 51 to 114.
How far is 114 from here?
About a mile back up.
You scratch base?
No, just that.
because it's all county road, this, different memory numbers.
Well, if, did we get the dog get out? I have a dog get out here, we get the dog go and find him. Any injuries on her? Okay. I say just whatever you have to say, just make sure it's your reality. Does that make sense? It's your reality, your truth. That's probably the most important thing when we're talking to Joe. This was my reality. This is my truth. This is what happened. It's a less exhaustive process for you than anything else. I was watching you when Joe walked up the truck and asked you, where's she at? And your response was really good. Go ahead.
Is it where they are right now? I just want to cut the dog.
No, it's not really.
Sorry, I deal with dogs a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You feel like breaking down your sticks or something like that?
No, just kind of tossed around.
Okay.
They're going way too far back. That's what I'm trying to say, is that she wasn't that far in. They're going way far back. Like, I didn't even get in the game itself. I would love to know if they're going too far.
Yeah.
Hey, they're going too far. Hey, y'all are going too far. Too far? Yeah. I didn't even get in the game of it. Just gonna toss it in.
What are your hobbies, Tim?
Music, video games. Lately, I haven't had time to, either of those things for the most part. My main goal has just been get out of my grandmother's house. I'm gonna go take the books back, but I don't even know when I'm gonna see my son again.
If we weren't looking this area, where would we need to go?
I'm 100% sure I was here.
Seems like this many people have been on here, right?
Maybe it should have been like easy, just step in a couple steps and find her.
Where you at, back in here?
I think it's her dad's house. I think they were staying. Pretty dark when you did it? It was pretty dark. Is that where you all did your keys? Like I said, I've stopped by this exact building rush area sometimes. I'm thinking about pulling them
map, just doesn't mark it, what do you think?
Yeah, man. We come this way, so let's just start like right up here.
Oh, hang on a second, actually. I put that dumpster, right?
Oh, okay. Once we find it, that's a good idea.
And I see that, but we're talking about this, no confusion.
Yeah, no confusion. I mean, he's got 100% knowledge on this.
Okay.
He's got on this side? Okay. And how long ago was that?
So 2 days ago, I'm talking with David, and it was about what time you remember the time, so figure out how bad it was. 6:37, okay, so Saints put it down at 6:37. Yeah, yeah.
Worked anywhere else before? Worked anywhere else besides FedEx before?
FedEx, for that Amazon. I think just, you know, during my 20s, I fucked around a lot. I was young, didn't have any kids, all that stuff. Now, everyone, you know, I was ready to settle down, I had a kid, and, you know, I thought,
be or not, you can be on. Just give me stats of what you know. And,
Realistically, what am I looking at?
I don't know, I mean, for example, let's just, I'll give you some, say you're saying she's here, she's not, because you know she's somewhere, it's just somebody's hypothetical. Those kind of things will go against you, you know, in terms of punishment, you know, if you screw them off for, you know, 3 hours of location, he knew she wasn't at. So, if that's not the case, or if it is the case, I mean, I would say, you know, kind of something out, let's go with where she is if she weren't here. You want to do everything you can to be truthful to minimize the impact on yourself. So that's what I do. I encourage people to come and chat with me, all right? Let's get it out here so we can minimize the impact on ourselves.
Still technically it answers the question.
What are you looking at? Because your question was, what are you looking at? I'm like, I don't really know. Because, you know, we haven't found her, you know, we haven't found her with the information you give us. You think we will find her here?
I mean, Sharon was I don't have to write.
Yeah. She could be right.
Like, I literally just tossed her like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, is there anyone else that would know?
Hey, I think we're gonna go and bring the, so we can figure out, so we can check what you're doing.
I'm not sure if we're going to get something.
Go ahead. Go ahead and go get it. Yes. Yeah. Okay. What you said, probably over here?
We're going to retrace the steps.
Okay.
Because I can tell you how to get to places, but I can't tell you.
But being in the past, when you signed it? No.
I tossed her right in. I don't know why I haven't found her yet.
Good choice.
Yvonne?
Yeah. What do you think? Yeah, we're good. Okay, well, we're just gonna go to the end of this road and then come back and we're done there, okay?
Me and Pete both this. You know those past this dumpster for sure?
Okay, let's turn around. Hey, hang on a second, pull right up here. I'm gonna ask this fellow something. Okay.
When you went in there, did you get cut up by any thorns or anything, man? No, sir, I'm just gonna toss her.
Toss your head first, feet first, or? We're gonna get some help, so. What's the great one? special, but it wasn't. You go from sideways, Gabe. So go this way, right? You're sure you are 21.3, it's 21.3. I'm sure. Yeah. Trying to do something else. For the middle post, so right in that area. He's a market. Yeah. And because it turns into a curve right here. Did you go this way after you jumped the rope? He's a driver. This over here. Let's just do that and maybe move on to the next step. Now, you got that thing, you were the other night. Oh, I was sleeping in there. Oh. Yeah, kind of living in the shadow of my grandparents, that's why I get this sense of that. Okay, you live in the shed at your grandparents' house? Where's that at? Where's your son staying? Tanner, did you keep any of your clothes or anything like that? No, you didn't. Okay. And you remember this new house and all that? You got it all the time, right? And you went past this. What we go talk? We get out of the way, make some phone calls. We're gonna talk first, but I'm sure you want something to drink. You were thirsty, I'm gonna grab water here. Got some on this. No, you don't think that's people? Germs? Yeah, I don't blame you. I've heard that pretty good. You want some long hair? Are you throwing this? No, no, it's low battery. You go turn on, that's what that's. Oh, that's just like guys that we can't figure out. I do. It's good to you. When you get it from that, we're in a relationship. And it's like we tell each other the truth. And we don't keep things from each other. So that's what we were doing right now, right? You asked me, I was truthful with you. I'm not going to keep anything from you. If you got questions, let me answer them, right? So that's what it is. We're just trying to figure out how we can get a group of people out there to try to facilitate money. Okay? So I just want you, I trust you actually. I know you're telling me the truth. You did it. You're saying nothing. I don't know why you just talked about it. Then it's right, so they're picking truck and then next time they're going off the other side. So the tires, which one is four tires with that go out around? Yeah, my son told me this. I know, I looked at. Hey, every girl needs to rock it down. So, you ain't alone in that. And you get crying mine, the same thing crying. Even killed, on my case, yeah, even killed, even though. You don't get too excited. Don't get too excited, you don't cry, not too much. Yeah. How long was that? I was going to choose one, I got a little bit with you. That's your fault, so I'm gonna move. No, it's not here. Well, I got my. I was in truck, I started here.
All right, Mr. Barry, let's stop for right now. We will take our afternoon, our lunch break. Your lunches are here. We'll start back up at 1:05. Okay? All right.
All right. Well, they are taking their lunch break right now because it is 12:04 Central Standard Time. Cameras for lunch. So I went ahead and just switched it over to the other feed that I have so that way we could pause it and have it on full screen. I am looking for stuff for us to go over. I know that June put some things into Discord. We can also take this time to stand up, stretch, move around, grab us a little snack, something to eat if you guys like. Let me just take a look around and see what we can come up with maybe something we're looking at about roughly an hour. I did pull up a couple of things that June had put into LiveCom. This is going over the Mississippi Supreme Court agrees to hear Carly Gregg's murder appeal. It says Mississippi's highest court has agreed to hear an appeal from a teenager convicted of red rumming her mother and shooting her stepfather. Carly Gregg, now 16 years old, was 14 when she was convicted of red rum, attempted red rum, and tampering with evidence after shooting her mother and stepfather and inviting a friend to see their bodies. At trial, Gregg pleaded not guilty for reason of insanity and argued she had suffered from mental illness at the time. Gregg filed her appeal with the Mississippi Supreme Court in September, arguing multiple failures at her trial that she believes merit her conviction being tossed and a new trial ordered. On Thursday, the state's highest court agreed to hear her appeal and has scheduled oral arguments for May 27th. In a reply brief earlier this year, Gregg maintains that she was compelled to sit for psychiatric examinations by the state experts before her team had formally announced their intention to pursue an insanity defense. Gregg's defense argued that the exams she was forced to undergo violated her Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights, accelerating evaluations and discovery to preserve a trial date undermines due process and fundamental fairness, the brief states. Gregg's defense has emphasized the accelerated pace at which they felt they were forced to move to comply with the trial court that refused to waiver on the set trial date. The trial judge did not say that continuances are disfavored, discouraged, or rarely granted. He stated without qualification that this court does not continue cases, and did so while announcing a firm September trial setting and admonishing counsel to proceed accordingly, Gregg's appellate attorney wrote. Issues of timing were focused pre-trial as Judge Dewey Arthur weighed sanctions after the defense missed several discovery deadlines. Gregg's appeal also focuses on what it calls inadmissible testimony from the state's expert Rebecca Kirk. Gregg objects not to the substance of Kirk's analysis, but rather to the fact that while she was on the stand, Kirk gave a summary of the novel Crime and Punishment, which was mentioned in Gregg's treatment notes. The detailed narration of the novel's plot added no clinical, therapeutic, or diagnostic value. Gregg's attorneys argued. The state did not contend, and the record does not reflect that Carly identified with those protagonists, discussed the book's moral philosophy, or connected its themes to her own conduct. Instead, the state selected one of the most infamous novels in Western literature about red rum and justification of violence and placed its storyline before the jury. This was not contextual clarification. It was narrative substitution designed to shape the jury's perception of Carly's mental state through association with a fictional character. The appeal also notes perceived errors in Greg's sentencing. Her attorneys feel the jury was given incorrect instructions and should have been told that for juveniles, parole eligibility is the default rather than life without parole. Several letters have been submitted to the court as briefs arguing on Greg's behalf on various issues, including one from a concerned citizen from Poland currently residing in Ireland. Each side will have 30 minutes to present oral arguments when they appear before the court in May. So this is set up for May 27th. We will keep a lookout. If anything is televised, maybe Ada will be able to cover it. But this is a Supreme Court, Mississippi, for Carly Gregg.
With that, I put it in something else, and I'm going to run. It's about a 6-minute video. There's a couple of them here on Rex Huberman plea today. And in the lines of the Supreme Court, it seems like a lot of the state Supreme Courts are now televising their hearings, so we must see the Carly one. So let me go ahead and bring this one up. Like I said, there's 2 of them, so I'm going to do this one first, and then I'll bring up the other one and see. We can watch that. I don't want to do that. I want to do that. Sure. Okay, share screen. Window. Screen. Sound. Share. Okay. Make sure. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, everybody. It's been an extremely emotional day for all involved, and I know everybody's been here since early in the morning. I would just like to read a statement on behalf of the family, then I'll take a few questions, and then when I'm through, Asa will read a statement on behalf of herself and her family. Today is an extremely difficult day for everyone involved. I'd like to commend Ray Tierney and the task force for the amazing job they did in solving these crimes. It's been traumatizing Long Island for well over 3 decades. First and foremost, our hearts are with the victims and their families. They have suffered unimaginable loss, and nothing said here today can lessen that pain. Let me be absolutely clear. We just heard in the courtroom, Rex Huberman alone is responsible for these horrific crimes. Any that Asa Victoria Huberman is irresponsible. They have no knowledge, no involvement, or any connection to this pattern. Mrs. Ellerup and Victoria accept today's outcome without question. She and her family have cooperated fully since day one with law enforcement and will continue to respect this legal process as it comes to a conclusion. This situation is deeply personal and profoundly painful for Miss Hellerup and her family. She never wanted to believe the man she was married to for 27 years, the father of Victoria, would be capable of committing such heinous acts. Like so many others, she is still trying to process what was just revealed inside that courtroom, and she has to remain strong for her family. On behalf of her family, she's asking for privacy, compassion, and understanding as she now navigates these circumstances which nobody could have anticipated a little more than 3 years ago. Today is not about Asa. It's not about Victoria. It is about the victims and their families, but we just stated have suffered unimaginable losses. And this family will continue in cooperating with the District Attorney's Office and law enforcement in the pursuit of justice, wherever it may take us. Any questions?
Can we hear from Asa?
Yeah, no, we shortly will hear from Asa, yes. Just want to know, she's not going to answer any questions. She's going to read a statement, but if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Okay. She's not going to answer questions. She's going to read a statement that she prepared last night. She's not going to ask any questions.
Can you up to the center back where you are?
Okay, right up. Asa, just step up. Slow. Okay.
No questions?
No
Okay.
questions.
My thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Their loss is immeasurable. And the focus should be on them at this time and moment. I ask that you give some privacy to my family as they navigate through this very difficult time.
How did you not see what he was? How did you not see what he had done? You were living with him.
Sir, the District Attorney's Office has thoroughly investigated these crimes, okay? It has been proven.
You were living in the same house with him.
She was away.
What were the signs?
She was away each and every occasion. We've answered this 1,000 times, okay? You guys have the bail applications. You have the investigation. Yeah, that's it. There's no questions, okay? Thank you. There's no questions being asked. None. You're not answering questions.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that part. Sorry.
How did she not have any clue that her husband was treating so many women? And
All right. We are going to, I'm just going to go ahead and put up the lunch break. So that way we are aware that they're on lunch break. We have changed our background to pink, and you will notice that our banner also has pink as well.
Don't put up the banner yet. I'm bringing up the actual plea. I just had to get the screen up, and I didn't realize I was on mute. Okay. This is the actual pleading of the Rex Human trial. Okay. Seriously, let's be play. Oh, come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, the court is in receipt of numerous applications from media and press agencies seeking permission to video record and or photograph today's proceedings. The court is mindful of the significant public interest in this matter and the important role of the press in ensuring transparency and public access to judicial process. At the same time, the court must ensure full compliance with New York law governing media coverage of court proceedings and the court is duty bound to safeguard the integrity of these proceedings. The court has been made aware that the defendant may enter a guilty plea here today, which was probably the worst kept secret in this building in the last couple of days. Under applicable law and rules, audiovisual coverage, including video recording and still photography, is prohibited during portions of the proceeding in which a sworn testimony is taken. Relevant to here, a defendant's plea allocution constitutes testimonial evidence as it involves sworn statements made by a defendant admitting to the facts underlying the charges. Accordingly, the court will permit limited media access as follows. One full video camera news from News 12, one full still photography from Newsday will be allowed to record and photograph the proceedings up to, but not including, the commencement of the defendant's plea allocution. At the point where the defendant is sworn and begins allocuting the charges, all audiovisual coverage must cease, and the court will direct the court officers to escort the two camera persons out of the well. The court has conferenced this matter with counsels to both parties, but not including the representatives of the two press agencies as to the limited scope of coverage of this. At the point where the defendant is sworn, both begins allocuting the charges, all audiovisual coverage must cease. Have any objections directed to officers to escort the two camera persons out of the well.
Thank you.
The court has conferenced this matter with counsels to both parties, but not including the representatives of the two press agencies as to the limited scope of coverage. At the point where the defendant is sworn, both begins allocuting the charges, all audiovisual coverage must cease. Have any objections directed to someone else here or in the overflow courtroom is permitted to film, tape, audio record, photograph, or otherwise record today's proceedings. This determination reflects the court's effort to balance the public's right of access with the legal requirement prohibiting coverage of testimonial proceedings, as well as the need to preserve the fairness, dignity, and orderly administration of justice. All right, gentlemen, I understand that circumstances have changed in this case.
That's correct, Your Honor.
People,
Your Honor, it is the understanding of the District Attorney's Office that the defendant will plead guilty to 7 counts in the indictment, specifically counts 1 through 3 and counts 7 through 10. Counts 4.
I don't get that. Should we bring the defendant out, please?
bring the defendant out now.
Very good. Thank you.
Usually helps to have a defendant.
Just you want to copy first, just do these paperwork.
You know, copy first. Let me know when you're ready.
When you need them uncuffed, just let me know.
Sorry?
When you need them uncuffed, just let me know.
Coming out, Judge.
On the record, the number 8, Brett Schumann.
I'm going to do the waivers first, okay? For the defendant, Michael Brown, 320 Carlton Avenue, Central City, New York. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Brown. As I was beginning to say, it is the understanding of the District Attorney's Office that the defendant will plead guilty to 7 counts in the indictment, specifically counts 1 through 3 and counts 7 through 10. Counts 4 through 6 will be dismissed in satisfaction of at the time of the defendant's sentencing. In addition to allocuting to and admitting his factual guilt to all elements of counts 1 through 3 and 7 through 10 of the indictment, the defendant further agrees that although he has not been charged with this crime, he will admit as part of his plea that he intentionally caused the death of Karen Brigada and transported and left her remains in Suffolk County in 1996. The District Attorney's Office agrees that in exchange for the defendant pleading guilty to counts 1 through 3 and counts 7 through 10 of the indictment and admitting to the uncharged murder of Karen Brigada, the District Attorney's Office recommends the following sentence. Counts 1 through 3, murder in the first degree, the maximum sentence of life imprisonment without parole to run consecutive to each other. Counts 7 through 10, the maximum sentence of 25 years to life imprisonment to run consecutive to one another and with the sentences on counts 1 through 3. To summarize the foregoing sentence, the defendant agrees to serve 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole regarding counts 1 through 3 followed by 4 consecutive sentences of 25 years imprisonment to life to run consecutive to one another. Should the defendant allocute to the murder of Karen Brigada, the defendant's guilty plea and this plea agreement will satisfy and cover the uncharged homicide of Karen Brigada. In exchange for all of the above pleas, there will be no further prosecutions pertaining to the murders of the aforementioned 8 victims: Karen Brigada, Valerie Mack, Jessica Taylor, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. The defendant will acknowledge both orally and in writing that he has received voluminous and sufficient discovery to make an informed decision regarding his plea here today. The defendant will further waive any objections to the district attorney's compliance with Article 245 of the Criminal Procedure Law. The defendant has also agreed to withdraw all motions currently pending before this court. As set forth in the written waiver of right to appeal, the defendant agrees to waive his right to appeal, which includes the court's prior hearing determination, as well as any claim that the sentence imposed by this court is excessive. The defendant further acknowledges that he's been fully apprised by his attorneys of the rights and privileges that he is waiving, and that his waiver is being agreed to knowingly and voluntarily and made for the purpose of receiving the benefit of not being charged with the murder of Karen Brigada or any other charges related to the deaths of Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, Amber Costello, Valerie Mack, Jessica Taylor, and Sandra Castilla. Finally, counts 4, 5, and 6 will be dismissed in satisfaction at the time of sentencing. And I believe in the beginning, with regard to the 8 victims, I inadvertently left out Sandra Castilla.
Mr. Brown, Judge, can he be uncuffed for a moment just to sign certain documents?
Sarge?
Yes, Judge. All right, Rex, we're going to sign this. I'm going to sign right here, please. This is the. That's it, thank you. Judge, that's our understanding. We'll join that application.
Thank you. Mr. Human, before I swear you in, the elocution is taken. I have some questions to ask of you. They're obvious and simple questions, but I have to ask them, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
62.
You read and write English?
Yes.
Have you discussed this case with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
Have you had enough time to discuss this case with your attorney?
Yes, I have.
After discussions with your lawyer, you feel it's in your best interest to plead guilty rather than go to trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the manner in which your attorneys represented you in this case?
Yes, I am.
I must say that the attorneys on both sides of this case have been excellent, unbelievable lawyers. Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a charge, that is the same as if you had gone to trial and been found guilty of that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're waiving a number of very important rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, now these rights include your right to a trial by jury and by the court, your right to have the prosecution produce evidence and witnesses to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, your right to cross-examine those witnesses, and your right to testify on your own behalf or to remain silent, your right to call witnesses or submit evidence on your behalf. Do you understand those rights as I just explained?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up those rights?
Yes, I do.
All right, now, a defendant ordinarily retains the right to appeal even after pleading guilty. In this case, however, as a condition of the plea agreement, you are asked to waive your right to appeal. An appeal is a proceeding before another court, and if a defendant cannot afford the cost of an appeal or of a lawyer, the state will bear those costs. On an appeal, the defendant may, normally through his or her lawyer, argue that an error took place in this court, which required a modification or a reversal of the conviction. A reversal would require either new proceedings in this court or a dismissal. By waiving your right to appeal, you do not give up your right to take an appeal. But if you take an appeal, you are by this plea, and now separately by this waiver of the right to appeal, giving up the right to have the appellate court consider most claims of error, including, for example, rulings on evidence, discovery, suppression, and any pretrial motions, and whether this sentence is harsh or excessive and should be modified. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Have your attorneys explained this to you?
Yes, he has.
Mr. Brown, may I ask you at this point, are you, with respect to the motion pending,
We're going to withdraw that motion.
application granted?
Thank you.
Are you willing to waive your right to appeal in this case in return for the plea and sentence agreement?
Yes.
Do you waive your right to appeal voluntarily of your own free will?
Yes, I do.
Are you entering this plea bargain voluntarily of your own free will?
Yes, I am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you into pleading guilty?
No.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcohol right now?
No.
Are you under the influence of any substance which has impaired your ability to think clearly or understand what's going on here today?
No.
You understand that by pleading guilty, you're waiving any defense you may have to this case?
Yes, I do.
Now, do you understand, again, an obvious question, but I have to ask it, do you understand that as a result of this plea and sentence, you will be convicted of a felony, and that such conviction will result in an enhanced sentence if you are convicted of a felony in the future? Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Brown, again, another silly question, but have you received a sufficient amount of discovery in this matter?
We certainly have.
So people, have you provided that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, my promise is to sentence you in a manner that's conditional. At the time of your sentencing, I will be provided with a pre-sentence report and perhaps additional information about you and your alleged involvement in this matter. If after reviewing all the relevant information, I learn something which tells me that I cannot in good conscience keep my promise, I shall permit you to withdraw your plea of guilty, reinstate your plea of not guilty, and the case will proceed to trial. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Additionally, my promise is also conditional on the following things. You must cooperate with the probation department. You must not be arrested for any offense in this or any other jurisdiction. Finally, you must appear on the date I set for sentencing or any adjourned date. If you fail to abide by any of these conditions, I will not be bound by my sentencing promise to you, and you will not be permitted to withdraw your guilty plea. Further, I'll be at liberty to sentence you to any appropriate sentence, including the maximum sentence allowed by law. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Now, other than the promise that was placed on the record by the people, has anyone, myself, your lawyer, the prosecutor, or anyone else made any promises to you in return for your plea of guilty?
The only thing I want to interject, Judge, Mr. Tierney has indicated in exchange for the pleas that we're going to enter into this morning, there'll be no further prosecutions on the 8 victims that he's referenced. He is also, my client is also obligated to completely, truthfully, and fairly cooperate with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Behavioral Analysis Unit as part of what we've just discussed,
Any other promises made to you?
other than what I've just said.
No.
Are you pleading guilty voluntarily of your own free will?
Yes.
All right, we're going to swear in the defendant now. Remove.
Okay, that is it for him. He's on his way to federal. He's on his way to federal prison or state prison. And the only justice that I can think of, in my opinion, is usually perpetrators of young children to teenagers don't fare too well. Don't fare too well in prison. So we will see. Yes, Angelica, that is it. He changed from not guilty to guilty. It sounds like all the red room charges or not charges will not be held accountable except for 1 through 3 and whatever the last 3 are. Um, I'm kind of on the fence. I would have much rather have it gone to a jury because than those other ones that were uncharged if they had the evidence that they could have brought him up on more cases. But we have to wait and see. So so I'm not sure if there's federal charges against him or what. I've never, but I don't know if this is the actual end. See you later.
Thank you all for joining us.
So
I just wanted to say thank you all for joining us today. We are on the Texas versus Tanner Horner case. I do, June, have a court TV article that we can pull up. Um, it kind of outlined and highlights yesterday. I'm going to get that shared and then we could read through it together. Let me see if I can embiggen it, however. It is not letting me embiggen it. Can you guys see it? June, can you see it?
No, did you try downloading it?
Yeah, I did, but for some reason, let me see. Let me go back to share this and then let me see what I can do. Hold on one second.
Go back to where it shows the link up top, and then see if you can copy that link over to Adobe. So this is pretty interesting. You get a little bit of what we do behind the scenes, in front of the scene. So I'm going to be putting up a poll at the beginning of the Hawaii trial about how long do you think they're going to be out for deliberations. Now this is for today, not for yesterday. Okay. So wherever the clock starts at, I don't remember exactly how many hours. I think they were like almost 4 hours in the deliberation yesterday. So I will start whatever time we were at. I will start the um, the poll at the starting time today. So if they were like in for 4.5 hours, I'll start it at 5 hours, but you don't know, by the time we get everything settled, um, and go from there. And then once we hear that they have a verdict, I will be putting up a poll for the verdict, and so we all can participate on that. But before I put up the polls, how long do you think the jury is going to deliberate today? Do you think we will get a verdict today? And if so, what do you think the jury's verdict is going to be? Any thoughts on that?
Is that for the Dr. Koenig for Hawaii?
Yes. This is for the Hawaii trial.
You know, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I really thought that we would have heard something yesterday. So I'm thinking today might be the day.
So do you think it's going to be guilty, not guilty, or hung?
Oh, in my opinion, I think it is going to be guilty.
So do I. Now, both sides had a really, really strong closing argument. And I kind of tell that the defense attorney is a little bit more old school because he really didn't use a whole lot of uh, videos or that kind of PowerPoints and stuff. He used a chart, and I've seen that chart before where they breaking down the maybes and the probables, and where the very top one is red. I have seen that. So as much as I want the jury to come back with a guilty charge, I do have to give it up for the defense attorney because he um, really fought for his client, which all defense attorneys should do. Um, but what I really got what really was surprising to me was at the end of everything was done and the jury was sent out to start deliberating, and the judge gave all the kudos to the attorneys about the professionalism, how they act, blah blah blah. At the very very end, before they cut the cameras, the defense attorney walked over to the prosecutors, shook and hugged them, or hugged one of them and shook the other hand, which is like, a congratulatorial type thing in a well fought battle. And that kind of surprised me because, to be honest, I have not seen that in any other trial. I don't know if this is something that the Hawaiian courts do. Um, so, honey, you predict a verdict today and it will be guilty. Okay? Um, how long do you think it'll take? Okay, how you doing, Angela?
I am here. It is not letting me, and I don't know if it's because I'm on the new computer, but it's not
All right,
it's
let me
not
give it a
it's not letting me. Do you need me to send you the link? It's in Livecom. It is the um let me take a look. It is the fourth link down. It is the court TV link.
Okay, hang on. And this is for
This is
okay,
for the
hang on.
trial we're in now. It is
One.
going over kind of highlights of yesterday and kind of what happened. And it has a breakdown of the trial for anyone who missed it yesterday. We could do the highlights. Um, I was thinking and just kind of read over it while we're on lunch break.
Okay, all right. Now, are we sharing this one? Because I thought you had a note in there.
Well, it's court TV. So yesterday
Okay.
Ada shared court TV. So as along and it has no ads because I made sure it is all just court TV stuff. Until you get to the very bottom.
Okay. Um, let me see. Let me try if I can. Nope, that's not the right one. Go back to home. Open. Okay. Um. All right. Give me just a moment. I think I know how I can get this done. See. There we go. Download.
Thank you guys for your patience and understanding. We're newbies. We're learning as we go here.
Okay. So. Nope, that's not the one I want. Download it. Go back over here. Um.
I mean,
Oh, wait a minute.
worst case I can read through it. I have no problem doing that. I just know that we like to kind of see, everyone kind of likes to see what we're reading so they know where we get our information. I have no
Yeah.
problem reading through it if we have to. That's not an issue. I just couldn't get it to download to Adobe. I
Okay.
really
Well,
could.
hang on a second. Let me see if I can figure this out because sometimes I can let me see if I can do that. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me go back over here because he didn't like that idea. Of course, he would not like my idea the first try. Okay. Okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Now, let me see if it went into where I'm hoping it went into. Oh, okay. 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 Copy. I'm over here. Okay. Let's see if this will work. Paste. Open. Come on. Do it. Okay. Let me see if I can do it this way. Okay, I'll try one other thing. So if you want to put up the break one for a minute while I'm working on this, we can, or we can just continue talking because I'm trying something that may take a few minutes.
All right. Well, what are you guys thinking as far as the case that we are following right now, the Texas versus Tanner Horner? I know that this is a very difficult. It touches at your heartstrings. I know that it is very hard today, especially with body cam footage, to kind of hear what is going on and what is being said. I know that we've had a very difficult time. Even though they have it sitting right there in the front, it looks like it's a little difficult to hear the defendant. What do you guys think so far? We have been listening to the body cam footage. I believe we probably roughly an hour. Um, and he still has them out looking. They still, at this point, still have not located her. Um, what are you guys thinking as far as kind of what he is saying and not leading them to the correct spot? And what are y'all's thoughts?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You guys go ahead, feel free to stretch, move around, get your get a little stretching in, get you a snack, maybe something to drink. I know for myself, I got some Java. Ari, I was just asking what were the thoughts on we've been going roughly, I think it was showing about an hour that we were going through the body cam footage. And I know it's really hard to hear. Um, but I'm just curious what you guys are thinking because roughly I think we're in about an hour, maybe a little longer than an hour, um, of the first body cam footage of him saying that he will take them to the location. And we are this far in, and he still hasn't led them to where he had her, and they are still yet to find her. So I'm just thinking, what are y'all's thoughts about, the fact that here he's gone roughly about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and he still hasn't taken them to the direct spot. Um, and kind of getting y'all's thoughts. Like I said, I know that it's hard to hear. I know that it's hard to hear him in the back seat. It's kind of low. It's a little easier to hear the officers in the front seat. But I'm, you know, in my opinion, and this is again just my opinion, I think he knows where he took her. And I think he's just running them around like he doesn't know. And I think that that's just making things a little worse. I agree, Ari. I do think that is one of the tactics, kind of stall and stall and stall. I'm not sure if they think that they're just going to give up and not, but that's not going to happen, obviously. And obviously, he ends up, leading them to where she is. But all this time, they have, been looking and they still do not have her. And for us sitting here in these seats watching the trial, we get frustrated. So I can't even imagine how these officers feel at the same time. You know, it would it would be difficult for sure. June, if you can't get it, I'll just read through it. It's not that big of a deal. I don't mind at all. You guys, if you can, come and join us at the 2 o'clock. Like June said, we're in verdict watch for the Hawaii trial. We will be following it and continuing to follow it. You're right, Ari. I completely agree with you. He's delaying the inevitable. You're right. I agree. That's my thoughts too. What do you guys think as far as the jurors? What do you think the jurors are thinking right now in the back of their minds? They've heard testimony yesterday and then today with the body cam and the ranger. What do you guys think that the jury is thinking in the back of their minds right now?
In my opinion, the guy's a dirtbag. Okay, I'm going to see if this is going to. I'm going to see if this is going to work. If not, then we do option whatever.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Can you read that? Can you read that? Or do I need to go bigger?
Um, I can read that. I can read it.
Okay. So,
All right, so let's read through it,
so
and
you
then June, if you'll just scroll and
hang
let
on. Let me see. Okay. All right. Hang on just a second. Let me do one quick thing.
Ari, I agree. They're probably getting frustrated too. I agree.
Okay. So now I'm gonna pop this in a little bit bigger. 16. Let's go with 18. That's where we know that they can see it.
Okay.
Okay. So what I was thinking of is, I don't know if you want to go through everything, but there you go.
All right. Fort Worth, Texas. A man faces a potential death sentence in Texas after pleading guilty to red rum of a 7-year-old girl moments before his trial was supposed to begin. Tanner Horner appears in court on April 7th. Tanner Horner, 35, had been charged with aggravated kidnapping and capital red rum of a person under 10 years old in the death of Athena Strand, who disappeared from her home on November 30th, 2022. On Tuesday, as the trial began, Horner pled guilty to the charges, meaning the jury seated will now only be tasked with determining whether he will face the DP. Athena, 7, lived at home with her father and stepmother and had been sorting laundry in a converted storage shed that served as her and her sister's bedroom when she disappeared. Athena's stepmother, Elizabeth Strand, called 911 at 6:41 p.m. after she was unable to find the little girl. Now, this is going to go over some of the testimony that we have heard. Joshua Espinoza, the Texas game warden, assisted in the urgent search for Athena Strand after she was reported missing. Directed to locate and stop a FedEx driver suspected in the abduction. He found Horner and detained him without resistance. Then we heard from Texas game warden Job Espinoza, the lead investigator in the abduction and red room of Athena Strand. Coordinated resources for multiple agencies, including the FBI and Special Operations units. Traced a package delivered to the Strand residence by FedEx and identified the driver of the delivery van as Tanner Horner. Horner told detectives that he left Athena in a bamboo forest, but nothing was found. The jury saw body cam video showing Horner's transport in Espinoza's vehicle. During the drive, they stopped to search areas like trash cans. On day one,
Okay.
Horner pled guilty to capital red rum moments before the trial began.
The trial moved forward without only a penalty. Um, is Joshua and Job related?
They are brothers. He did say that they were brothers. All right.
Okay.
The prosecution delivered opening statements. Athena went to school, had a rough day, and came home on the last day of her life. She was strong-willed and precocious. Video and audio recorded Athena's red room. Tanner Horner admitted to killing Athena, but repeatedly lied to police about how it happened. Horner's DNA was under the victim's fingernails and in areas where his DNA should not have been found on a 7-year-old girl. Horner prepared for this crime and was there 24 hours before the incident. Horner's defense delivered opening statements. Horner is unable to pick up on social cues or put himself in someone else's shoes. His mother was an exotic dancer and drank alcohol while she was pregnant, causing permanent damage to the defendant. He suffered from mental illness his entire life and was exposed to a massive amount of lead as a child, which had terrible effects on his brain. Life without parole is a terrible thing. Horner has a good personality for rules and protocol, and that's probably always what he needed. Now, with that being said, do you guys think that we are going to hear about the mental illness? And do you think we're going to hear about the lead, the amount of lead? Do you think the defense is going to try to bring that into their case in chief? I don't know how anyone feels about that. But with those type of, defenses, I guess when you have a defendant that pleads guilty, you kind of are grasping at straws at anything to put up a defense and try to, not get the DP. We
Well, in
we
my opinion, just real quick, I think the opening statements, even though it's not weighed as evidence, um, might be looked at a little bit differently than if you had an evidentiary hearing. In lines of, well, they said that it was due to the alcohol syndrome, okay, from his mom drinking, or from the lead, the lead that he was that he had taken. Okay, I think if they do not bring that up, um, it will go against the defense. If they do bring it up, depending on the generation of the jury, because we don't know the makeup of the jury, if you grew up like in my era, okay, we had lead paint that was in the house. Okay, now granted, eventually all that lead went away, but we had lead paint. And they didn't have a thing known as alcohol syndrome. So in my case, okay, to be honest with you, is that I wouldn't put a whole lot of weight on that. I would put a weight on it as, is this a not an excuse, but are they trying to reason their way out, okay, by using this stuff here, okay? Just like somebody with PTSD, are they trying to use that as an excuse to minimize the effect of whatever crime the person did? That's my own opinion. So, yeah, I think the defense got to bring it up because they brought it up in their opening statement.
Well,
Okay.
I agree with you, June, and this is my thing. As a juror, I know that you are not supposed to take opening statements as evidence. However, are you sitting there thinking about the opening statements as evidence is coming in and kind of checking the block at, let's say, the state says that you're going to find DNA in the fingernails and in places it shouldn't be? Are you checking that block in your head as you go through the testimony and kind of see, okay, are they following and giving us the information that they said that they were going to give us?
And that's true. Okay. And I agree with your comment. First of all, it's June, not Judy, um, about FAS. However, if if this kid was having problems in school and stuff, and the parents didn't take him to be diagnosed, then I'm looking at it as it's an undiagnosed excuse. That's my opinion. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
Okay. We also heard yesterday from Athena's teacher. And Athena's teacher testified that she taught Athena in her class, described her as a free spirit who loved to draw, write, and color. She was full of life. Athena was in school that day and she was having a rough day and talking a little too much. Athena went home at the end of the day, approximately 3:25 p.m. Found out on Friday evening that she had been red rummed. The 6 and 7 year olds in her class knew that Athena had been taken against her will. Some of the children are now in fourth grade and continuing to talk to counselors, won't sleep in their own beds, and don't like to play in their own front yards. That's tough. that's tough. She talked yesterday about how it affected her class and affected her students and still affects her students. We then
And
heard,
I was going to say, it also affects people, and you can attest to this, that wasn't even around that area. They're afraid to let their kids go out and play in front of their home.
yes, yes, I can. I will share a little bit after we get done reading this. I'll share something with you guys. Elizabeth Strand, who is the victim's stepmother, also testified yesterday. Says that she lived with her husband and the two other children. Nothing out of the ordinary happened before Athena was taken. Athena went to school on November 30th wearing jeans with red flowers on the pockets. After school, she was supposed to be sorting laundry while Elizabeth Strand was cooking dinner. When dinner was ready, she noticed Athena wasn't where she was supposed to be. She began looking for her and initially thought she was playing hide and seek. Search went on for 3 days. Noticed a Walmart box on her property containing Barbies she had purchased for Christmas that was delivered by FedEx. June, can you scroll? Thank you. She had never seen Tanner Horner before that day. She saw a photo of Athena in the back of Horner's truck and said she did not give her permission to be there. We also heard from the former Sheriff Lane Aiken, who was the Wise County Sheriff's Office. Now he is retired. He said this was his last case. We first heard about the case on November 30th at approximately 7 p.m. He thought it would be a normal missing child case and she would be found hiding with friends. He recalled the morning of December 1st when about 300 people came out with dogs, horses, and four-wheelers to help search. Showed the jury the flyer made to show Athena was missing. Determined that the FedEx driver pulled into the driveway at the same time Athena went missing. Identified Tanner Horner as the driver of the vehicle. Athena's body was found 12 to 13 miles from Athena's home in the Trinity River. We also heard from Patrick McGuire, who was the FBI special agent. He assisted with the case and was asked to determine who delivered the FedEx box. He determined the package was delivered through a contracted company. The manager of that company called Horner while the FBI was in the room, and Horner denied any memory of the package or dropping it off. Located Horner at a delivery location and had a brief interview at the close of which Horner became emotional. He asked Horner about the discrepancies in his timeline, claimed that he had gotten sick and thrown up several times, told detectives about a green van that had been in the area. They obtained video from the van which showed Horner placing a small child into the van. Now, that is where we finished yesterday. We finished with FBI Special Agent Patrick McGuire. Now, I will share with you guys that we, as you guys know, we live in Texas. And my husband, after talking with him about this case that we are now following, he remembered it and reminded me that at this particular time, we were allowing our children to ride their bicycles in our front yard, and they were allowed to go 2 houses left on the sidewalk and like 4 houses right on the sidewalk, because we're kind of a close-knit community, and 4 doors down is a really good friend of ours. So we could still see them and they were allowed to ride. Well, one day they put on we have 3 that are back to back. They're a year apart. They put on their helmets, they put on their stuff, they got on their bikes, and they were doing what we told them they could do. Oh, no, no, no. As soon as we heard this, he went out there, took their bike privileges away from them, and put them in the garage, the bikes, um, and told them they were no longer allowed to ride their bikes or be in the front yard at all whatsoever. So this didn't just affect that community. This affected all the areas because it was all over. And, parents, just like they said, parents and communities were affected by this. And just like Carol was on this morning and said um, that she remembers hearing about it in the Houston area. So this was definitely one that touched and kind of, made us as parents kind of, you're no longer, what we thought was safe, even though our area is safe. And still we put the bikes up in the garage and they were no longer, after that, to this day, they were no longer allowed in the front yard without supervision. Ari, the teacher testified because for the state. She was testifying to what kind of little girl Athena was. She was testifying to Athena was in school that day. And unfortunately, that was the last day that she saw her was November 30th because she didn't come back because she was taken that day. So the teacher was recounting the events of the day leading up to. And I think they also had her on the stand because she was able to recount how it affected and show the jurors how to this day it has affected the students, how it has affected her, how it has affected the community, and just what transpired that day. So no, she was not a character witness. We haven't even made it to the defense's case in chief. We are still in the prosecutors giving their case, and I from what I gather today and what they said this morning, the Ranger Espinoza that is on the stand right now, from what they said, he's going to finish out the day and go into tomorrow. So we are still in the state's case, showing the jurors, giving them as much information, I think, so they can make an informative decision. Because this decision, like June said yesterday, it has to be unanimous. So in order for them to decide his sentence is going to be DP, it has to be unanimous. And in order to do that, I think that the prosecutors feel like they need to give as much information to the jurors that they can. Well, I kind of agree with you, Ari, to a certain extent, but I don't. And the reason why I say this is because how it affected the community, you're right. But it goes to show how many days he how many days he knew what he had done, and the stories and the fibs and the lies that he had told even after he had been arrested, I think is what they're trying to show the jurors, that he was not, you know he was not truthful in the very beginning. He led them around for so long. And I think that they are just, I think that that's what they're just trying to show, that he just wasn't truthful. And so if the defense gets up and, tells this information, then, can they trust that what he has said even afterwards is the truth? June, what do you think?
I'm sorry. What do I think in lines of what?
We were just talking about Ari had asked if the defense had put the teacher on as a character witness, and I was explaining why the teacher was on the stand and that she was on the stand for the state, because we're still in the state giving their testimony and their evidence. And she says if the jury is not supposed to take feelings into account, then the testimony of the teacher is irrelevant.
Okay. I agree with her in lines of the feelings. Okay. However, the effect is different. Okay. What his is like action reaction type of scenario. The action was the taking of the little girl and the red drumming. The reaction is um, children aren't doesn't feel in their own safe areas like school, home, front yard. And some of that reaction is also a cause and effect of the parents because um, uh, what it has, it has the effect in lines of, I just read something. When somebody's getting overreactive or overprotective, that just leads to a chain of events that happens. Okay. But it all goes back to the original of, you know, the understanding of the situation of the little child being taken. Okay. It's just like children not wanting to go back to school after a school shooting because they're scared. Okay. And that does affect the community. Um, so with um, what he done in that community um, will cause what the teachers who are even affected to about it today um, is important for the jury to know and to hear because if they're not in that area, they not may not understand a lot of that. I don't know. This is just my opinion. But cause, effect, and reaction is what I heard the defendant, the teacher talk about on the abduction of Athena.
All right. We have the courtroom back now. I am going to go ahead and get us in there. And it looks like they're back from lunch. They have not, however, turned on the cameras just yet. Looks like everyone is coming in and getting situated. I do have the volume on. So as soon as they turn on the courtroom mics, we will have volume. Right now, it's just them filling up.
You might want to see if you're live Because I've got a witness on the stand.
I'm live. I just hadn't forwarded it all the way to where they were actually at. I was getting situated.
Okay, give me. Okay.
Maybe see, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ranger, we got through that grind of the video for an hour or so. Apologize for that. I'm glad we can ask you some questions about it now, and we'll move on. Let me ask you, that video that we were watching before, from your brother's body cam, where does that video terminate geographically?
It ends at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And is that where you told me before that then the video from the Wise County Sheriff's Office then takes over? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. So the next video in the chain here that we're talking about is now at the interview at the Wise County jail.
Yes, sir, that's
Is that
correct.
Okay. Just want to clarify, we've got several videos here. I want to make sure we're on the right one. All right. Let me go back a little bit. Some of that video we were watching here, some of that stuff was a little hard to hear. And I want to clarify a couple of things when we talked about that. Let's talk about the discussion about Athena's clothes. From that video, what was Tanner Horner's first statements to you about whether she was clothed or not?
In that incident, he stated she was clothed.
Okay. And then what did he then later on in the video tell you about her clothes?
That she was wearing a t-shirt and jeans.
And what did he tell you he had done with those? If you remember.
In that particular video, he didn't say anything, that he'd done anything with the clothing.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about the story that Tanner Horner told you about the incident that led to him killing Athena Strand. What was his story throughout this first video about what he had done to her and how she ended up in the truck?
The initial story was that he had hit her with his FedEx vehicle and ended up taking her because of that.
So what do you know about the statement to you from Tanner Horner that he backed into with the truck? What do you know about this?
I knew that to be a lie.
With regard to his statement to you that she was deceased when he put her in the truck, what do you know about that statement?
I also knew that to be a lie as well, based on the video.
How long did this wild goose chase in the bamboo go on?
I believe almost 2 hours, close to 2 hours.
All right. And so we heard on that video, there's a lot of discussion about, I think I heard you ask several times, is she in here? Is she in here? Right?
Yes, sir.
And is that what you were describing before in the first part of your testimony, that you guys were all out there on the road looking and then having conversations with Tanner Horner as you're looking? Is that what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Some of it was hard to see, in and out of the truck. Okay. So when you're out there and you're searching, do you take any resources that are looking for Athena and bring them to this bamboo area?
Yes, sir. At that point, we had other resources in other places, K9, additional officers, and I went ahead and concentrated those into that area since that's where he was telling me she was at. I felt obviously we needed to check it and confirm that she was or wasn't there.
So during this entire hour, I noticed on the video that you guys drove up and down the road several times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, it appeared to me, and I couldn't see it all, that either you or some other people went into this bamboo area multiple times?
Yes, sir. Several officers went in and out of the bamboo, including myself, including Investigator Oliver, several Wise County deputies, game wardens, agents. Everybody was in there trying to find her.
And is it correct that Tanner Horner's story to you was that he just kind of barely put her in there a little ways and you should have found her? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And what was the word that he used multiple times with regard to what he had done with her body? Do you remember the word that he used?
Tossed.
Tossed. And did he tell you whether he tossed her head first or feet first?
In that video, he stated he tossed her in head first.
Now, I noticed on some part of this, there's some discussion with Tanner Horner about y'all's desire to get the truth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it also correct that you had told him that in the beginning that you just want to know the truth?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And in this particular situation, at this location at the bamboo forest is what I'll call it here, because that's kind of what it looked like. When he's telling you that she's in there, what do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
Because where was her body eventually located?
At Bubba's Crossing.
Which is that anywhere near this bamboo area that we're talking about?
No, sir.
Now, one of the other things that I asked you about, and again, it's kind of hard to hear due to the road noise and stuff, is that did Tanner Horner make any statements with regard to things that he was concerned or worried about during this situation?
Yes, sir. He stated he was concerned about losing his job. He was also concerned about seeing his child and concerned about what was going to happen to him.
But at this time, when he's expressing those concerns, had you even found Athena's body yet?
No, sir.
But this is what he was concerned with.
Yes, sir.
So this next video we're going to look at from the jail, okay? Is this a continuation of your interview from before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you a few questions about it. For this particular interview at the jail, who is participating in this interview?
Present during the course of the interview is myself, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley.
And throughout the majority of this interview, are you conducting the interview or somebody else?
I'm conducting the interview.
And do you know about what time you got back to the jail?
I believe around 4 p.m. approximately.
Okay. And so you get to the jail. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Is there an interview room or someplace in the jail where you interview suspects?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Most of the interview rooms that we conduct our interviews in are audio and video recorded in a controlled environment where we can have a table, chairs, board to draw on if needed, things like that.
And so when you get to the jail, are y'all in that interview? Is that where this interview room, is that where this takes place?
Yes, sir.
And so when you get in the interview, what's the first thing you do when you get in the interview?
Go ahead and advise Mr. Horner of his rights.
Again?
Yes, sir.
And this is in addition to what you told him when you were on the roadside?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you're in there and you're conducting this interview. About how long do you think that interview was in the jail?
Almost 2 hours.
Now, if correct me if I'm wrong here. You had the interview in the jail, right? And when that's finished, or at least the stopping point, where do you go next?
We go back out into the field to try to locate Athena again.
Back to the bamboo again?
Yes, sir.
So we have an interview at the jail. That goes on for some time, and then you elect, we're going to go back out on scene. Is that the progression of events?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the jail interview, and I'm going to hit a couple of things in here. In the jail interview, once you get him in there and start talking to him, what was Tanner's story as to why he was at Athena Strand's home on the river? Why was he there?
To deliver a package.
And what was his story to you with regard to his contact with Athena Strand?
That he was there to deliver the package. He hit her with his vehicle. He panicked and he took her with him, asked her to get in the vehicle.
Okay. I'm gonna break that apart a little bit here. He said he hit her with the vehicle, said he panicked, and then you said he asked her to get in the vehicle. That's what he told you.
Yes, sir.
Now, we know before, you testified before, that one of the very first things you asked him was, what?
Is she alive?
Is she alive? And what did he tell you then?
That she was not.
But now, what's he telling you now?
That she was alive.
Okay. And that you're saying, he says, I'm gonna get this correct here, that he asked her to get in the truck. Is that right?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to whether or not you asked her to get in the back of the truck, what do you know about that statement?
That's a lie.
Now, with regard to Athena's physical status, or whether or not she was injured or not, what did Tanner Horner initially tell you in the interview that we're fixing to watch here about what her physical status was at that time?
I believe he stated a few bumps and bruises.
Okay, but not dead like he said before.
No, sir.
Now, with regard to any communication between Tanner Horner and Athena there at the Strand home, what did he tell you with regard to whether or not they had any communication at that time?
When I asked him if he communicated with her, he stated that he did, and she told him her name and also asked him if he was a kidnapper.
That's coming from Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit. When you're talking to him and you are asking him, does Tanner Horner blame anyone for all of this happening?
At one point, he tries to say that the van didn't have a backup camera or a sensor, so he believed that contributed to this happening.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to try to make this as detailed as possible here. At some point, do you ask Tanner what he did to kill Athena?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your recollection, what did he tell you he did to kill her?
Through the course of that interview, he stated that he first attempted to break her neck and then he strangled her with two hands.
How many times did he say that happened to you?
I can't remember the exact amount, but it was numerous times that he stated during that interview.
That he had done that?
Yes, sir.
So he says that he attempted to break her neck, didn't work, and says that he used his hands.
Yes, sir, correct.
And he said one hand or two hands?
I asked him whether he used one hand or two hands, and he stated he used two hands.
Two hands. So, and I just want to make sure, so now we're in the second interview. What is he now telling you that he did with her body once he killed her?
He stated that he had her in the back of the van for a short period of time and then took her to the bamboo.
Now, during this interview, what are you trying to do during this interview?
I'm just trying to find Athena. That's just trying to figure out where she's at.
Now, as far as after he, according to him, after he dumps her body in the bamboo, we've talked a lot about that. Where does he say that he went next after that?
He stated during the course of that interview that he went to the Loves to get some cleaning supplies for the truck. and then he went back to the station.
So just for those of us that don't know, is it Love's a convenience store?
Yes, sir.
Is it also a truck stop?
Yes, sir.
And is there a Love's in fairly close vicinity to where that would have been happening?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where that one's located?
I can't remember the approximate address or location, but we had investigators follow up with that location as soon as we found that information.
So Love's truck stop, that's what he said, clean up the truck. What did he tell you that he was cleaning up?
He stated that he was cleaning up vomit and feces.
Whose vomit?
His vomit.
Whose feces?
Athena's.
During the course of your time being a ranger and being in law enforcement, have you ever heard the term used with a suspect when you're interviewing that they're playing the victim?
Yes, sir.
And what does that mean to you?
Essentially, there's no accountability. It's just blaming everybody else.
But then?
Correct, yes, sir.
And in this case, when we're talking about Tanner Horner and his interview, does he take on that role during that part of that interview? Playing the victim?
Yes, sir, he does.
And just give us a general, we're going to be able to listen to it, but give us a general overview of what he does from your recollection to play the victim, so to speak.
Just never any accountability as far as what transpired. Obviously, I knew a lot of the facts in reference to this investigation, including some facts that I was collecting during the course of that interview. So throughout the course of that interview, I know he's continuously lying to me, and it's very self-serving because he knows if he tells me the truth.
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation as to what Mr. Horner may or may not have known.
Sustained. Without speculation.
Correct, yes, sir.
Say your question again.
I said, without speculating, is anything you can finish your answer if you want to?
Just a lot of blaming everybody else and no accountability.
And as part of this, when you say that he's blaming other people, you said that he blamed possibly FedEx for not having a working backup camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Which, from what you're telling me, would have led to him backing in there, right?
Presumably is what he was implying.
Right. Which you've already said that's a lie.
Yes, sir.
And so, with regard to any other place where he laid blame for being responsible for Athena's kidnapping and murder.
Yes, sir.
Was there any other person, place, or business that he laid blame for causing her murder?
Not that I can recall, other than him blaming his long hours and his work and some of the things going on in his life.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to tell me about Zero.
During the course of these interviews, Tanner implied that he was sometimes referred to as Zero, which through the course of my investigation and through the time that I talked to Tanner, it was something he made up, that an alter ego that he made up for himself, and stated that sometimes he would be referred to as Zero.
And so during this investigation, that's when this person, alter ego, comes up.
Correct, yes, sir.
And at what point during the questioning does this made up person come up?
Yes, sir. Throughout the course of these next couple of interviews, the name Zero and that fake personality or alter ego comes up.
Did he tell you how he made it up and how he created it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
He stated it was something that he and his wife had discussed in the past, and he named it after one of his band, and actually had a tattoo on his arm that had 0 on his arm.
So he created it and he named it.
Correct, yes, sir.
He made it up.
Yes, sir, to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Okay. And so during any of this, when we're going to hear this, how does 0 come up in the course of your investigation?
At one point during the course of this interview, he writes something on the board. When I stepped out of the room, I asked him what that was about, and he stated it wasn't him, it was 0. We talked briefly about it, and then throughout further course of the investigation, when I was hitting roadblocks, again, all I'm trying to do is find Athena. I played his game and I spoke to 0.
So during this course of interview, all you had to do is just start talking to him like that? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir.
And did you miraculously get answers when you started talking to him like that?
Yes, sir. At that point, I did.
And how long did he play this game?
Until after we recovered Athena's body.
Okay. And I know we've said that there are multiple interviews that are done, including one that's a re-interview on December 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is he still playing this 0 game all the way until December 7th?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe any of this?
No, sir.
Then let me ask you, Ranger, why play into it if you don't believe it?
It's obviously a common technique that we use to maintain that rapport and to play into that, because ultimately it's about locating Athena and getting the truth. And if whatever he wants to be called, I'm willing to do that, as long as it means actually getting to the truth.
So what you're saying here, you'd have called him Yogi Bear if you got to the truth. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I'd have called him anything as long as I could find Athena.
Now, during this interview that we're going to see here in a minute, tell me a little bit about Tanner Horner's ability to understand and answer your questions. Is he able to do that?
Yes, sir. He is.
And when I ask that, what I mean is that you've indicated that you're going to ask him some questions in that interview. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his answers to those questions, were they responsive to your questions?
Yes, sir.
What I mean by that is, if you ask him what happened next, right, was he able to explain what happened next?
To a certain extent.
Okay. And so during this interview, when you're going through it, whether you're talking to Tanner or this person he made up or what have you, is he able to understand those questions and provide answers?
Yes, sir.
And then also, let me ask you, during this interview, what's his demeanor during this interview?
His demeanor through the course of these interviews was very laid back. I mean, he wasn't worked up, had a cool, calm demeanor, cooperated, spoke, was articulate, joked around, made jokes at times, made jokes inappropriately sometimes. And again, I was able to maintain that rapport and continue to talk to him.
When you said he made jokes, do you remember anything he was joking about during this?
There's not a particular joke that I recall, but obviously when we watch the video, it's very apparent when the jokes come out that are not appropriate.
Just announce the judgment.
Yes, sir.
Show you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize him?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, and it has my initials on it.
And when you put your initials on, what does that mean?
That means I've reviewed it.
And is that a true and correct copy and an accurate depiction of the interview that you've been speaking about today?
Yes, sir.
Did we offer State's Exhibit 36?
Any objections other than those previously brought to the attention of the court?
No, Your Honor, no further objection.
Okay, those previous objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 36 is admitted. Yes, sir.
All right, give me a second. Here we go, yes. Running feet outside the road is going to do this. Wait. Right here. Alright, let's get those handcuffs on you. Or at least in a position that's not like. No, we're going to get them off. Wait, I had to, like, get this like what? No, we're going to get them off. So what was, hey, Romans 13, sure, I'm going to keep that here a second, alright? Now, let me write you where you're resting before we get started. I'm ready to go outside the road is going to do the same thing, okay? You have the right to remain silent, not making any statement. Anything said can be used against your court. You have the right to have an attorney present to value prior to any question. You can report an attorney when we appoint to you. You can stop this interview at any time. Do you understand your rights? All right, Tanner. We're going to get some kind of formality, so to speak, out of the way, all right? We're going to start off with today's date, which is Friday, December 2nd, 2022. And it's Friday, it's 4:40 p.m. We're here at the Wise County Sheriff's Office. All right, what's your full name and date of birth? Tanner. N-L-Y-N-N. Horn. Horn. H-O-R-N-E-R. Okay, and what's your birthday? August 8th, 1991. 1. All righty, what's your physical address?
7628 Somerville Place Road.
Place Road? Okay. And what's the phone number?
817 449 799. Tell me about my phone number.
It's just something I do, free number, in case I can't tell you or you later on or something else. I get your phone number. So let me ask you something. Let's start off with what we've already talked about, okay? On when you got the little girl. You went to that residence to deliver a package? Okay, and what happened?
When I was trying to get myself situated where, I have an easy way to get out of the property, I kind of backed up to get her.
Okay, and then what?
She seemed like she wasn't too incredibly hurt, but it was a panic.
Okay.
And I didn't know what to do. My main fear was I could lose my job, lose my source of income, like everything was on the line. I didn't know what to do.
Okay. So what do you do? Run her up in the truck?
I listened to this dumb little voice in my head that told me just grab her and go, and I did.
Okay. So you said you didn't hurt her too bad, you just kind of bumped her, or?
I mean, she had some bruises.
Okay. So she's still talking to you, and what'd she say?
She was worried that I was looking at her.
And what'd you tell her?
I told her no. She kept asking where we were going. I didn't know what to tell her, so I would just talk to her about random things. I didn't.
It's okay. You didn't want.
She was a sweet kid.
Okay, so you were in fear of, hey, I'm gonna get in trouble for hitting her with my truck. That was your biggest fear. Okay, then what happened?
I was driving around for a bit just trying to figure out what I was going to do about the situation.
And what'd she do?
Asking questions, we're just talking at this point.
Yeah, is she sitting down? Is she standing up? Is she in the passenger seat? Where's she at?
She's standing out. She's in the back.
Okay. What's she asking?
Just random things. Like, I just had her talking. It was, I don't know.
And then where'd you go?
We went down this private road and I listened to that little voice again.
What did it take? Remember what it told you?
I heard her.
200? And listen. Then how'd you hurt her? It's okay. It's all right. It's all right. How'd you hurt her?
No, it's not all right.
Well, no, it's all right to tell me. It's okay to tell me. You gotta get it off your chest. How'd you hurt her? Sorry. You gotta get it off your chest, okay?
Listen again.
Okay. If you don't want to talk about how you hurt her in detail, just right now. And then let's talk about how she ended up after you hurt her. Where did you take her?
Sat on the private road trying to figure out what I was going to do from that point. I didn't know what I was going to do. So I just started heading back to the station. And then when I was driving back to the station, I saw the bamboo. Toss somebody in there.
Okay. obviously, we're, you know, if you tossed her there, we're gonna find her, so she's fully clothed, and, you said, you mentioned she didn't have any shoes on. No, she didn't have shoes. All right, wearing socks, barefoot? Socks. Okay. You remember what kind of clothes she was wearing? I mean, I think like shorts or jeans or something. Okay. There was a lot going on through my head at the time. I didn't. Is there any voices telling you anything at that time after you, just to get her out of the truck or anything like that, or was that just kind of a decision you made? I just tossed her in. Like I couldn't just keep running around with the kid in the back like that. I just tossed her in the bush or whatever you want to call it. And you sure she was not alive at that time? I was relatively sure. Okay. I mean, I didn't check her heartbeat or anything, but I'm relatively sure that she wasn't alive. Okay. So let's backtrack a little bit, okay? To that private road that you went down. And when the voice is telling you to her, you know, how did it start? Did you say anything to her? Did you explain that you had to do what you had to do? Yeah, I mean, can you give me something on that? I just told her to turn around and you choked her? One hand or two hands? Two. Like, was she facing away from you while you were choking her? And started off, I tried to. Oh, you tried to break her neck? I tried to break her neck, make it as quick and painless as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying. So I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to calm down. It's all right. Hey, listen, what I tell you earlier, right?
All right, you guys, we are about 3 minutes from the Dr. Koenig verdict watch. We are going to end the stream and we will pick it up on while we wait for verdict watch. We hope to see you guys over there. We hope that you guys join us. We will do the drawing over there. And again, we just want to thank you for all your support. Ada wants to thank you for all your support. And we hope to see you over in the Hawaii trial while we wait for verdict watch. You all have a wonderful and amazing afternoon and evening. In the famous words of Ada, bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.